You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. FYI, click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications, and I'll see you in the chat during the show. Okay, I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Yes. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game, in addition to our live chat interactions. Those that are brave enough. Well, hold on one second. As I look over here, I'm seeing everybody talking about bowls. What bowls? All I see are potatoes. Uncle CW, very well played. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Now, throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. First, let's talk about force cards. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil fill up their balloon count. As certain thresholds are met, a force card will be given to the team. Remember, good potatoes and evil yams count towards this too. There are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode. And we'll show you a status update so you know how close we are to the next card. And this is wonderful. The cards get more powerful as they get unlocked. Any leftover progress will carry over to next week's show. And you know what else this means. I want you to submit force cards. That's right. Head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. If you love the show, you can show love. When you buy show love, that's the balloons, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. But now you have a choice. You can choose to support Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. We have two balloons, gold balloons for Team Force of Good and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you, and now they count towards the force cards as I mentioned. And yes, potatoes. I've added the potato prop to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. A good potato is the equivalent of buying 120 good balloons, and an evil yam is the equivalent of 120 evil balloons, but at a much better value. And who doesn't love a deal? I know I do. Also, holy mother of mummies, Uncle CW, what are you thinking with 2 yammers? Actually, those are potatoes, not yammers. The good side is really coming on strong, let me tell you. Very, very appreciated. Thank you very much. All right. So, let's go on with the props. First, you can bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the highest value. Thank you, Withering Words, for that. That is an advantage. Also, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, life is pain, is it not, Milo? Advantages or disadvantages can be given only to players or the DM. When given to a player, you must specify who at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. And if given to the DM, Jeff will use it in the order received. They can't be given to a specific NPC, only to Jeff. So please act accordingly. Thanks. Last but not least, yes, we have Milo's ball. Yes, it's a ball. It's Milo's. It doesn't matter. Here's the deal. It doesn't do anything, so leave it alone. That being said, if you touch it, you can count yourself completely uninvited to the ASSS. That's Ereban Super Special Shindig. You understand? Totally. Plain and simple. It's done. Don't touch it. Now, let's meet our brave souls. The cast of characters, if you will. First up, we have Jared Kajak as Civ Redfessel. Did you just try to take on my persona?
I so can all speak like this for the entire episode.
Oh, I am disgusted. But it was pretty good. I actually liked it. You're very good at mimicking, you know. I've noticed this over the many weeks that we've played. You look great, you look excited, and you have the map behind you. Always a pleasure. That's the way I can tell when everything is happening.
True.
Next up, we have Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fajimo Tiger. You're muted!
I'm muted. Oh, and I was
something is wrong with me,
complimenting you
perhaps.
too. I was saying, great intro.
Let me
Thank
hear
you
it
so
again.
much.
One more time, please. One more time.
Great intro. Thank you so much, Lord Aravan.
We can stop right there. Show's over, everyone. Show is over. I'm feeling great. We could just leave it at that. Listen, Jessica, I'm excited. Tonight is going to be a special, special night. I'm sure of it.
Yes.
All right. Next up, we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quinos.
That felt very appropriate. Don't the NBA Finals start tonight? I mean, that's what got me like in the mood. Let's go.
Oh, I mean, let's do it. Dunking and dribbling and all the things we do.
I am good at all of those things.
Me too. So is Milo. He's doing it right now. With,
for sure.
His cookies. Okay. Now, next up we have Ronald Ogden as Argo.
Hello. How are you today?
What is going on with your... Are you shining? What is that?
I am. I think Jeff said I'm taking Paladin one step too far. And I think not far enough.
I believe he called you a party paladin.
Yes, a party paladin. Because today
you're a party
is a
paladin.
very special day. And I want to say happy birthday to Amanda.
It's Amanda's birthday!
We love you.
Very, very special birthday indeed. Now, last but not least of the characters, that is, we have Katie Michaels as Lily Dumbstar.
Wow, your intros are on
I went all out on that one.
I loved it.
Yes.
I'm
out of breath now. Are you excited? You have
Always.
the buns.
What?
You're doing the buns on top.
Oh, I thought you said puns. I was like, I made zero
And
puns.
the puns.
That's
puns and buns.
Jeff's game.
Well, it's yours as well. You're all little tricksters,
That's
aren't you?
true. We are. We learned it from you.
Oh, goodness gracious. I hope not. I have the worst puns. They're not
Are you sure?
punny.
Oh.
Let's move on. I hate this.
Okay, bye.
Right. Last but not least, and one of my greatest friends. He used to be my roommate years past. Our dungeon master, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jeff Carnot!
Yes! Aravan, I love it. All of you.
Jeffrey.
You left it
Yes,
all on the
everything.
field.
It all
You left
came
it
out.
all on the field, buddy, and I love it.
There's nothing left, nothing at all. You've changed your background.
Yeah, it's a whole new me. A whole new me.
You look great. It's very, energizing, actually.
Thank
It's almost
you.
like my background, but bright and shiny and not filled with hate.
Somebody has to keep up with Ronald Ogden and his lighting situation.
You certainly do. Wonderful. Now, as the journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching the Dungeon Run. It's the greatest show that's ever existed. So go ahead and let them all know. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Now, keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll!
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Welcome to episode 66 of the Dungeon Run.
That's 1/6 short of the Devil's episode. Sorry.
We'll get there. We'll
Only
get there eventually.
600 episodes.
600 episodes more.
Right.
Let's do it.
We do have to thank. You heard. Excuse me. I'm getting choked up already. You heard Ron say it is Amanda's birthday, our candle queen herself. Today is her birthday, and she's in. Excuse me.
You're so
Now take some water.
Goddess of the map room and of
She is
candles.
in the map room right now, and she is spending her birthday making our show better. So that's pretty awesome. Thank you,
Yeah.
Amanda. You're the best. We
Amanda.
love it, and we miss being in the same room with you.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you
You
need
heard
to
me
take
say-
a Do you need to take a
Man,
break?
What is
Yeah.
going on with my voice?
Quick
all of a
break,
sudden?
Jeff.
All right, buddy.
We're gonna take intermission now. And,
I also left it all on the table. All right, let's catch everybody up, shall we? It started as a simple dungeon run, but now these 5 adventurers are exploring a location of legend, full of mystery and danger that no one has set foot inside for 300 years. They are searching for a warden. The mystical titans who have protected Ain for generations have gone missing, abducted and held captive in places few would dare to go. The Heroes of Bingle believe one is trapped inside Sky Scorcher Peak, a volcano at the base of the Nelrim mountain range. To get to the heart of the volcano, they have gone through the Dwarven Fortress of the 4 former forges, an ancient foundry that has been inaccessible to the dwarves since the conclusion of the Great War of Ideas 300 years ago. There are some dwarves who are old enough to have been alive then, of course, but strangely, they do not remember anything from that time. When pressed about the forges, they enter a strange fugue, only able to communicate in a bewildering litany of alliteration. When James entered the mind of one of these addled elders, he found it disturbed, changed, as if information had been covered up or hidden. Nevertheless, the augury of the elders has been useful. The team forfeited their fortune by turning their hard-won gold into a key card that activated a suspended mithril gondola, which carried them over lava and into the structure. Then, in each of the 4 forges, they conformed to the formula, surviving the deadly challenges in each chamber and activating an anvil that began to glow with dwarven runes. In the room marked with the number 1, they forded a deformed platform, battling their way across a crumbling bridge defended by lava worms and a magnetized iron golem. A compartment on the front of that construct hid a peculiar round ore, marbled with streaks of gray and green. Argo placed the ore onto the anvil and struck it, separating it into 2 equally sized chunks. In the chamber marked with the number 2, they reformed a forge, fighting off another iron golem before reconstituting several blacksmithing stations around the room. This golem contained another ore, dark with glowing lines of red and blue. The door marked with the number 3 led to 3 branching tunnels, a fork, which forced them to afford a new formation, splitting the party despite Lily's musical plea to the contrary. Each of the paths led to a separate entrance into the same room, a room crackling with electrical energy. The team had to stand on 4 different pressure points around the room to deactivate arcs of dangerous lightning connecting to a conduit at the center. When they did so, a third golem appeared and attacked the team. Luckily, they managed to confuse it, creating an illusion of a bridge over lava where there was none, and it fell helplessly into a pool of molten rock. Housed in the conduit at the center of the room was yet another strange ore, this one translucent and spectacular, an orb of dancing blue and black energy. Finally, they stepped into the room marked with the number 4. Floating in a pool of lava, a massive stone face looked up at them. A mask of armor, carved out of jagged rock, its mouth agape, its eyes hollow and haunted. And before that face, they fought the warm forms. Incredible fire elementals that erupted out of the magma to pummel and burn them. But the team persevered, combining their attacks with life-saving heals and using their newly acquired decanter of endless water to blast the living flames with a torrent of cold damage. In the end, Fajimo landed the final blow, transforming herself into a bolt of electricity up at the monster's fiery head and falling into the waiting arms of her conjured gargoyle. 4 rooms, 4 challenges, 4 anvils, and 4 clues to a password that will grant their way forward. Couplets with missing words that lay out a riddle, the riddle of the forges. As we ended last week, the team recovered from their epic battle and turned their attention to the anvil, which began to glow with 2 new lines of dwarven runes.
What do they say, Jeff?
And that is where we will pick up this week. So,
We've been waiting.
I think the moral of this story is if you get a riddle told to you by an old Scottish accented dwarf, you should get someone to interpret said riddle for you.
Definitely.
I listened to the riddle so many times, and I still got the 2 words wrong.
Yeah. Well, we don't speak Dwarven, so it makes sense.
there you go.
That's
there
what
you go.
it is. It's that dang dwarven translation.
Something
So-
lost in translation.
The first thing I need to do is thank Uncle CW for 3 potatoes. That's a full-on casserole. We have achieved casserole at the beginning of the show.
My gosh.
Full casserole. Thank you, Uncle CW.
You've gone full
Wow.
casserole.
If you are listening to this as an audio podcast or on YouTube and you don't know what the potato situation is, I urge you, if you can make it, be here for the live show. It's a blast. We also have love from White Tiger Angel, Honor Sphinx, Dresden Dark, D-Run Discord, Jinlei, D1 Malahide, Top Half of Suth, which is my new favorite, by the way.
Yep,
my new
yep,
favorite name. Subotai the Smithy, Baby
it makes
Librarian.
him sound okay when it's just the top half. Like he's
Half
like,
of Suth, yeah. Baby Librarian and others, thank you so much for all of that love and for those points that lead us to the unlocking of our first card, which is a Force of Good card. So we can unlock that right now.
Amazing.
The Force of Good card was submitted by Sean Patrick. It's called You Don't Mind, Do Ya? During the next or current combat, each party member on their turn may borrow the magical effect of any attuned magic item carried by another party member for that turn only. It still takes an action, and items that can only be used once per short or long rest are depleted until a short or long rest is taken.
Wow.
baby.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So that is goes in your backpack, and you can use that, deploy that at the next combat.
Amazing.
Does it have to be deployed during the next combat?
I think that's what the the cards.
Yeah, next or current.
Jeff's about to run into a tiny rat.
Yeah, right. We also are 88% of the way to the next force of good already.
Wow.
So, and 17% of the way to a force of evil.
Evil.
So, let us jump into our game. You are standing in the same room we ended last night, having just defeated this immense armored living flame. All of you nursing burns and wounds, and the lava from which that living flame emerged, still bubbling and moving with the leftover energy that this creature left in its wake. The room is a massive face, this incredibly large stone mask on the ground, but there are also other stones, boulders strewn about the pool of lava in front of you. And on in the back of the room, on one of those boulders, on one of those rock platforms, is an anvil. And it begins to glow.
Is it reachable by foot, or
you would have to leap over some of the lava to get to it. If you want to do that, you're more than welcome.
No, thank you.
I can throw you.
No, that's all right.
We have a gargoyle.
Well, we just need to
gargoyle.
get close enough to where we can read it, right, James?
Yes. Yes.
I hate to call it this, but Uno, could you please assist James?
Oh, Uno. Oh, yes. Hello. I mean, listen. If I can just walk up. I don't need lifting. It's fine.
And the gargoyle picks you up by your
Oh
arms.
no!
and
Okay.
flies you over and drops you down on that thing. So you have
wow.
quite a distance,
Fun.
probably about 30 or 40 feet between you and the rest of the team. That is mostly lava, but it has these platforms, these chunks of naked rock between you here and there. And
Thank
you look at the anvil, this one glowing and illuminated, energized now, and it gives you 2 lines. You see 2 lines of Dwarven script written there. It says, "A tribute to those who would not kneel. These letters together break open the..."
A tribute to those who would not kneel. Say the second
That's
line
it?
one more time.
These letters together break open the...
These
Skull.
letters together break open the blank.
Seal.
Yeah, skull.
It's
Seal.
seal.
It's seal.
Why you say that?
Because it rhymes. We'll talk about rhymes, Argo. That's fine.
Oh, they all rhyme.
They rhyme.
Well, to be fair to Uggo, we think that's what it is.
We think
True.
that it is an assumption. We don't know that.
We
for
don't
certain.
know.
Oh, I can rhyme. I know how to rhyme.
Dwarves are tricky sometimes.
It's just a matter of time for me to rhyme.
Yeah, oh, good.
Nicely done.
I like lines.
And as you stand there, even as those letters shimmer on the side of the anvil, and James, you've turned back and are talking to the team, the gargoyle hovering in the air, wings flapping. You see something else happening. When you entered this room, you saw that face surrounded by those chunks of rock, the door slammed down, and the capstone changed color. Now you notice that those flat boulders strewn around in the magma, as that anvil was activated, new stones begin to rise up, emerge out of the lava. White polished stone steps connecting a path through those broken pieces back out for you, James. And they illuminate outward from the anvil one at a time. Bloom, bloom, bloom. It's a bit like the Billie Jean video, Michael Jackson's Billie Jean video.
Right where my mind lands.
Yeah. As if marking a path on the ground. You see them light up one after another. Boom, 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 boom. Heading
cool.
back to the stone door through which you entered.
That stone door had slammed shut as it
Correct.
reopened.
Well, when that illumination, the progress of that illumination reaches the door, that red capstone at the top dims from a bright red to a warm golden orange color. And the slab that fell down to trap you inside lifts back up. You hear stone grinding against stone. It's opening the way out. And you see that glow continue. It looks like the same process you observed at the entrance after you got off the gondola. The hot glowing lava seems to be pushed up and back through the walls, lighting them up, moving back down that hallway from which you entered, as if lighting the way. You can see it pulsing and flowing through the walls. That thin, cream-colored stone is translucent, but sturdy enough to hold back the molten rock.
Wow.
Does it lead all the way out of the room?
It does.
Does it go to the right or the left?
We'd have to go out of the room to follow it.
Hang on.
Well, at least we're not trapped.
How is everyone
anyone-
feeling?
Yes.
I'm okay. I think I'm the one who stayed the most out of danger. That last one. I mean, though Fajimo, I mean, well, at the end you were quite on top of it, but.
I'll go. Are you okay?
Yeah, I was thinking James committed a crime.
What?
He's probably he probably owes a fine.
I'll go.
Yeah,
I'll go.
Are you rhyming?
yes.
I like
You're
it.
also very
Time,
burnt.
line. What?
Okay, here, let's do this. You're a friend I'd like to heal.
Yeah. What's the big deal?
How good or bad do you feel?
Ah, good one. Yes.
Oh, okay. I have a scratch on my heel.
Ah.
On
Well, that's
a
what you.
scale from 1 to 10.
I
you-
can't count that high.
Would you appreciate
that again?
some... On a scale
Oh.
from 1 to 10, would you appreciate some healing?
Yes, I would, because I'm stabbed. I don't know how to ride.
I'm gonna
with
make
stab.
you feel real fab.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
I turn to
Alrighty.
Civ. How are you, the poet?
I'm already
not
slowly
involved in
walking
this?
out of the room. Head has already dropped. I'm staring into my bag. You hear me sloshing liquid. Yeah, it's
I would appreciate at least a short rest. I think. Because
Yes, I would as well.
I've depleted a lot of my energy.
Do we
Yes.
feel it's safe to short rest in here?
No.
Yeah.
Oh no, not no.
Hang on though. Jeff, has
Yes.
anyone seen any sign of an orb like we saw in the other rooms of those two different elemental energies? We've no sign of it, right?
That's
Oh,
correct. There's been no sign of it.
Is there anything else over there by the anvil?
Yeah, can I investigate the anvil a little more?
Sure, roll
clearly,
me an
make sure I'm not missing anything?
investigation check. You have advantage from TK421, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you, TK and Grim Faded. That's terrible. That's a 7.
We have a potato. We have a potato from Alwacaria,
Yeah.
which knocked the force of good card over the threshold.
Wow.
And so let's look at our next force of good card already. We will open up that chest. This was sent to us by Richard Johnson. I love this one. This is called Father Knows Best. Always wear protection. Wise words from Dad. Everyone gains 5 temp HP of protection.
Oh, Dad.
Thanks.
Dad.
I'll go. I did cure wounds on you. Also, you got 23 points of healing.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh.
And everybody gets 5 temp HP.
Thank
Right.
you. That's amazing.
Meep,
So-
can you investigate the body of the actually
Is there a body left?
yeah.
No, there's not. There's no body of anything really. These were living flames that have collapsed. The armor fell into the pool of lava and sank. There is nothing to investigate other than the lava itself. You rolled a 6 on investigation for the
A
anvil.
7,
A 7. Yeah. I mean, there's really not much to check out of this thing. It looks very similar to the other glowing anvils. It has unique markings that differentiate it, but they are of a type, certainly. And it's got the couplet there that you read that is new. But other than that, there's not really much even to look at. You check around the side; it's sitting on a piece of rock. There are now clear steps leading out that are glowing, leading you out the door. Other than that, there's really not much to find.
Jeff, I'm genuinely curious about the flagstone. Can I lift myself up and kind of just peer at the flagstone itself? Are there any runes on it? You said it turned colors. Mm-hmm. Am I sensing anything from it besides just, glowing rock?
It's high up on the door, and it you've seen rock glow throughout this structure. You've seen this strange illumination from inside the rock. You haven't seen a rock change color like that before. But
we saw the eyes that shot us coming out of, yeah.
You did, and those were stone. That is correct. Yeah. So it does look different. It doesn't look like it is produced in the same way with the lava behind it, as you're seeing kind of moving out through the walls now. It does look like something you can't quite suss out what is creating the effect, but it's a striking effect to see this large capstone, this rectangular rock at the zenith, kind of change its color.
Can I see what triggered the giant slab of stone coming down? Can I see if there's any,
You can you can peer in the doorway there, and it certainly looks like it is set in that doorway. You remember that the transition between the hallway and this room really was a transition between this carved, very well manicured, high craftsmanship structure that you've been exploring for a while now, into something that is much cruder, much more raw, much just open mountain, and it had broken bits on it. And so that transition, that point at which it ceases being one thing and becomes another, is the point at which the door and the slab slam down. And you can look underneath it and you can see the bottom of the slab there above your head. It's hard to suss out exactly how it is triggered and what the mechanism is to lift and lower it.
I'm also going to, just because curiosity is going to get the best of me, I'm going to get down on my hands and knees and investigate the actual floor tiles as well, the glowing floor tiles.
Yeah.
Because they weren't there at all. It's not like they were there and then they started glowing. They actually emerged up out of the ground, right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
You just roll me an investigation check for that. You have advantage from Funky G MacMan.
Thanks, Funky G. 13.
You immediately feel heat as you're on your hands as you kneel down and place your hands on the stone. Those stone tiles, really, is what they are. Very similar to the ones that are through the rest of the structure. So it's this contrast again between this sort of jagged, unrefined, broken boulders, and then much more like what you've seen through the rest of the complex, these polished tiles, really. And those are definitely warm, as if something is flowing underneath them, lava is flowing underneath them.
I'll say that to everyone. There is lava flowing underneath these tiles, which is why I think they're glowing.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Why? Like it's glowing through?
Well, I think when we were in that earlier room with all of the white stone with the beautiful carvings in the wall, I think that's what was causing it to glow. The dwarves must have discovered either a certain type of stone or a way to funnel the heat and the lava through the stone that causes it to glow like this. In other words, I don't think this is entirely magic, although there probably is magic involved as well.
A little bit of both?
It might just be a good old-fashioned dwarven craftsmanship.
It doesn't seem there's much else in this room.
No, I think we can go now, I think.
Is there a place where if we want to take a short rest, we feel comfortable? Do we want to go back up to the training quarters?
I mean, there's the hallway. Yeah, I mean, there's, we haven't seen much sign of any non-automated, well, except those worms in the lava before. But yes,
We didn't even stop to try to talk to them.
No, well, neither did they, in our defense.
I guess just to be cautious, I am curious if now that we have defeated whatever this was, that might not set off any alarms to anything, or...
Well, I would like to go out in the hallway and see if the path is going to the right or the left.
Yes, let's follow this. I mean, we'll literally have a lit walkway. Let's see where it goes.
Okay.
Does it make musical notes when we walk on the lit walkway?
Yeah.
Can we play chopsticks on it?
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah.
You know, Civ and Uggo would play some mean chopsticks.
Until someone falls through one of the lava tiles.
No! Don't jump too hard, Argo.
So as you guys move down this hallway, back through that door that closed behind you, out through that passageway, there's a long hallway, and the glowing lava walls continue like that. They're sort of pulsing and pushing forward. Have any of you guys been on Space Mountain at Disneyland?
Yes.
You know that section where the lights are like, you're in that dark hallway and the lights are like pushing forward. It's like that. And it illuminates, and you sort of feel this flow forward, and it leads you up that north-south hallway and back out through those doors. And when you arrive in that east-west hallway, the one with the doors marked 3 in front of you and 4, the one you walked through that you were just emerging from.
Oh, I remember those hallways very well, Jim.
These hallways you're familiar with. Here you see new glowing lines of lava that have been activated in other areas as well. They seem to be flowing in and joining up with the stream that you followed out of the hallway. Flowing in from the west, in the walls, past that far west door, far down the hallway to your left, and also out past that north door that's marked with 3, the walls are now illuminated, and you can actually see the lava moving, pushing, turning the corner from the north that leading down the hallway to your right to the east. It's as if all of these separate conduits from all the other sections of the complex are converging to flow down the hallway to the east.
Towards the archive.
Correct.
Do we go back to a room with big monster was hiding something under his cloak?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that room too, and we don't know that room is safe. We should probably investigate it. We might.
I really want to know what's underneath that red thing.
As do I.
It's been on my mind. Even when we were fighting the fire monster, I was thinking, I wonder what's under that red thing in that other room.
The one thing that we did find in there says that which is hidden should not be revealed, so it seems like a warning.
It does.
Or, like I said, an invitation.
Well, perhaps that's not the best room to sleep in.
Or someone's lying because something very valuable is under there.
Could be.
Now you're starting to sound like me, Uggo.
Say it a lot, and so it makes sense.
I mean, it's fine wherever. We could take a rest any number of places. I mean, we could probably do it right here in this hallway. It's warm enough. But I mean, I don't know if we need to go to sleep. I'm just saying, an hour or so, a short rest would do me wonders.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, my mind is already thinking about the riddle. I'm trying to.
Same.
Yeah.
Well, let's think about it while we're resting.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Multitasking, you know.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so you guys are stopping here in this hallway between the 3-door and the 4-door. Is that right?
Yeah.
Seems safe
Right.
enough.
Right.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna walk through door number 3 just to make sure there isn't anything new and crazy and dangerous coming our way.
Just a full army.
Yeah, you open that door again, and you walk through, and you see the wall with that flowing lava that's kind of flowing past you. You're walking against the grain of it, but nothing is in that hallway of note.
All right, I'll come back and close the door. It's clear.
Okay. Yeah. How does this place know? How does it know that the forges have been reformed. It's as if this was waiting for us to activate.
It could just be a level of lava.
I guess,
Right.
but what set it off?
We did.
Well, the lava
I know.
levels raised when we killed the armored flame.
It's an interesting point.
Could have
That's a
filled
good
it up
point.
into the.
It feels that dwarves are quite excellent engineers, no?
Oh, yes, indubitably. Yes. Okay.
Can we use the force of good? Looks like we're friends, and get the long rest.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
We can
I would
also,
love that for
if
my
we,
spell slots.
Yeah.
and during the next short rest, the team cooks the Feast of the Damned. The team cooks the last thing it killed, regardless of what it was.
So we're gonna eat lava creature?
You're gonna eat living flame somehow.
Living flame armor? That doesn't
That's
sound.
a spicy meatball.
That doesn't sound appetizing at all.
It's a little crunchier than you may have liked, but yeah, it's a strange
straight
stew.
rock.
Just
Is it like a figgy pudding?
It's just charred bits. We're just chewing on charred
Yeah.
bits.
It's just charcoal, just pieces of charcoal.
I love it.
This one, well, it doesn't seem right to use both of those things. Feast. So if we'd like to do the long rest, I think we should do that. I mean,
I agree. I think it should be one or the other.
Yeah,
I'd like the long rest because I have a lot of spell slots I need to regain.
that works for me for sure.
Great.
But in game time, we're only spending an hour. Right?
Only an hour. That's
Okay.
right.
Great.
But magically, with a flash and 2 blinks, or is it a blink and 2 flashes? I've confused myself at this point. The amulet creates a sensation in all of you of being even more rested over this hour that you're spending sitting there in the hallway. It feels like you've gotten an entire night's sleep in a moment, in an hour, in a short time of sitting and taking your mind off of the troubles of the moment. And you also get your spell slots back, and you recover your full health.
Great.
Okay, let's talk about the riddle for a minute.
Yes.
So we're pretty sure about door.
Oh yes. Quick question. Yeah, Lily. Do those 12 temp HP you gave us? Do those expire after a long rest? We have the 5 from the Force of Good. I assume that we still keep.
I think they do.
Okay.
It's a great question.
I think so too.
I've not been
I
faced
used
with this
mine.
question.
I'm pretty sure they do.
I'm pretty sure they do.
I still had- I
I
still
think
had
in
some left.
general, 10 hit points go away after. a
Yeah.
long rest.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Okay.
I will.
We'll retain the 5 you just got though.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. The riddle.
We're pretty sure about door. We have rhyme or line, in, and seal. And we're taking...
Now, it seems line 3 of the riddle seems to say the word's first letter is how you begin to discover the only way in. So if by that rationale we're taking the first letter of each of those words, we have D, R or L,
L seems to
I,
make more sense.
S. But rhyme is a better rhyme than line with time.
True.
Or I'm sorry, is it
Yeah,
time?
you have to do it with a Scottish accent, though. You have to sound like a dwarf when you do it.
Tarm.
Let's for anybody just tuning in and maybe we didn't watch last week or whatever. Let's say the entire couplets for
Fajimo,
each of them.
Would you like to?
Sure. Clue number 1, approach each of these forges 4, assemble the word to unlock the blank. Clue 2, take a letter one at a time from each word that completes a blank. Clue 3, the word's first letter is how you begin to discover the only way, blank. Clue 4, attribute to those who would not kneel. These letters together break open the blank. And we have one more clue, that which is hidden should not be revealed, and I don't know if that relates to this or not.
It feels outside of the normal thing, but
Because the only thing I
think
can
we
think
should.
of is secret or
Right.
something of that nature.
Well, and I think this last line is important. Attribute to those who would not kneel.
Yeah, I was gonna ask who that is. Is
Could
it a
be-
specific person or group of people?
It could be the 5 adventurers they turned into the Wardens.
Did they have a name?
I don't believe so. I mean, they had names, yes.
Right, but did they have a collective name?
Well,
Not that
conscientious
we've-
objectors.
The the heroes of the Aureate Age. I mean, but I don't
How do
think
you
that's
spell Aureate?
AUREATE, Jeff.
That is how you spell it.
Bang!
Very good. Did you just? Yeah, you were just checking to see if you were correct.
That
Yeah,
was a
that's
guess. That was a
yeah.
guess.
It's a real word.
I thought it was. Okay.
Well,
I feel like there's something missing. There's something perhaps because we didn't even check to see if that door was open. Perhaps we have to go in through that door, and then there's going to be something else that we have to solve with these clues.
The archive door? Is that what you're
Right.
referring
Or
to?
do you think that archive door is what we need to open with the command word?
That's the one that specifically says speak the password. I mean, next to the archive, correct? It says the archive, and then the runes said speak the password.
Jeff, is it possible that it's not in common? That it would be in another language?
Well, I mean, that's not the solution. Is thinking in a different language? No.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Turns out SRID in Dwarven means.
If we put
That's-
all of the clues together, does it say anything?
well, it's
If
D
we-
L or R I S. So we have slid or rids.
Slid,
But-
rids.
But there's
or
the line that
driss.
says the word's first letter is how you begin. Word's first letter.
Well, what
how
are the
you begin.
words? We have door, rhyme.
Door, rhyme, or line.
Rhyme or line, in, and seal. If we agree on all of those.
Argo, are you clear on the spelling of all of those words?
Yes.
Perhaps if you write it out in your Orctionary, you can unscramble it.
Oh yeah. Could do that.
So,
I'll go
So-
sit down and write some. He begins writing in the Orctionary. Okay. The first one is door.
Yes.
Door.
Argo, you're cleverer than you think, so I think you should have a fair shot at this.
He.
the words first, and it says the third line only says the word's first letter is how you begin. It doesn't say that you necessarily do that for everyone, but the word's first letter DRIS could be the beginning of a word. Maybe it's a longer word than that.
Is it in or within?
To discover the only way within doesn't. I mean, that's a good
The
point.
word's first letter is how you begin to discover the only way within.
That's an
don't
interesting
know.
point. That could be within. That's a good idea. Well done, Argo.
Then we don't have any vowels.
Then
Which
we
is
don't have
Carla.
any vowels. Yes.
I was our only vowel. Typically, we need one of those.
DRWS. You're enjoying this, Kanata.
I am very much enjoying it.
He's like, I've been planning this for a year.
I literally have been planning this for a year. Yeah, I literally have. I wrote this at a job I don't even have anymore.
Aw.
Huh.
Well,
That's
perhaps
an
we don't have
interesting
enough
point.
information yet.
Could be. That's always possible.
We have to
I
go to
felt
that
like
room.
we haven't had enough information the entire time I've known all of you.
It's true. We just sort of throw things at the wall and hope they stick.
Yeah.
DRWS or DRIS, a tribute to those who would not kneel. Those who would not kneel is not a reference to anything historical or anything that James would have heard or anything like that. Jeff, is it? Is it a specific reference to something?
I think you have the information that James has on this
Got it.
one.
Okay.
Okay, well, all I can come up with is slid and rids, which don't seem like appropriate passwords, so I think we should go to that room.
Yeah, let's try it. We could be missing some information. So and it's possible that it's DRIS and then a longer word than that.
What is it? DRIS?
Door, rhyme, in, seal. The word could start with DRIS.
Could.
And
Could.
I don't know. I'm grasping at straws. So I quite like word puzzles, and I'm
Well, and I
I'm
guess
a little
can't,
stuck.
we can't discount the W as well.
We could. DRWS draws.
What?
Is it dwarves?
Whoa! Oh my gosh. DRWS Wardens.
Huh?
What?
Huh?
English,
Roar.
James.
We're
English.
missing
Turn
quite
to
a few
the door
letters
to the
for
west. I
words.
turn to the door to the west, open it up, and go running down that hall and call out, Wardens!
All right, so as you run down that hallway, you see the lava continue to flow on either side of you, illuminating you. You're running down the hallway. You see this magnificent door in front of you. It is, as I described it last time, it is larger, more ornate, more incredible than any of the doors you have seen in the rest of this place. Above it, the archive. Embossed on the front, speak the password. It is large and imposing, stone and metal. You're running down the light of the lava, illuminating your way. You rush and you say, Wardens! And nothing happens.
Oh, Jeff!
I was wrong.
But you do see something you did not see before. As you stand there, right next to that door, you see the flow of the lava in the walls. As it reaches this area, illuminates a section of the wall right next to the door, perpendicular to it. And it's a mural, like the ones you saw on the way in when you got off the gondola. Those grand scenes of dwarven history, great moments commemorated. This one looks a little different. Instead of a moment, it is an image of 4 figures in triumphant poses, brought into view by the lava now flowing behind them. But where the other scenes were of dwarves engaged in activities, in profile, doing things, these figures are standing still, looking right back at the viewer, breaking the 4th wall, if you will. And they're large figures, again, in silhouette, but they're warriors by the looks of them. And only one of them seems to have the dimensions of a dwarf. They hold weapons, proud and heroic, and they stand next to what looks like anvils. The first figure is clearly a dragonborn. Its elongated head, neck, and snout make that very clear. It also seems to be wearing pointy armor that makes its silhouette sharp and jagged, and it holds a long sword. The second figure seems to be male and human, broad shoulders and a smooth, round head. 2 swords appear to be held at its back in an X. The third figure is clearly a dwarf, small but wide, very strong looking, and it holds 2 hammers, one in each hand. The fourth figure looks to be a human female, quite tall, with a long, thick braid hanging. You can see the silhouette of it hanging down past her back. And she holds a large crossbow. And here, the flow of the lava abruptly stops.
Everyone,
So cool.
it wasn't Wardens. Come over here, though.
Was it dwarves?
No,
Oh.
but, I think, you need to see this.
Why do you say not wardens? That matches up.
Because it didn't work. I yelled it out, nothing happened.
But those look like wardens.
Yes, but I don't know if those were lit up by me speaking that. I think, no, those were already here when I ran in. It was as
Or
if
the
these were
lava that was
illuminated by
moving.
the,
Yeah,
by the
lava that
pathway.
was moving down the hallway, that from all of those different streams in the walls, that has it, just like when you first entered and you saw that those murals in that grand hallway off the gondola.
James
it's the
is-
same kind of effect.
But there's one
James
missing.
is getting close.
Marisus was missing.
Lao Long, the Dragonborn.
Mhm.
Nicholas Kiln. Yes. Correct me if
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Red Iron Mark.
Huh?
Rella. What was Rella's last name?
Lily?
Tall runner.
Tall Runner. Mirasis Blue is missing. The 5th Warden is missing. Everyone thinks there's only 4 Wardens.
Or the 5th Warden.
The 5th Warden is the Warden of Cyclones.
Why would everyone think there's only 4?
Because, remember what the Dragonborn woman said in that memory, that one of the Wardens will have the memories locked deep within it. So one of the Wardens is important, more important than the others. What did the hag from Shantytown tell you, Fajima?
About...
You were the key, right?
Yes, I wrote it down in my diary. Let me take a look.
Who is the human with the 2 swords?
That's the
Nicholas.
Inferno Warden, Nicholas Kuhn.
Oh.
And Mirasis Blue is who I inhabited, who had the baby.
Yeah.
The elf.
Here it is.
Yeah, no, James is pulling out his notes.
Jeff, I'm gonna inspect the actual sculpture itself. Does
Yeah.
it look like any part of it could move?
Give me an investigation check. You have advantage from Red Robin.
She
Thanks,
said,
Red Robin.
"You are the key, touched by the cyclone, touched by the void."
11.
You walk up to the wall and you see this lava flowing behind it, these silhouettes so striking that just have appeared because of the glow behind them. And you can feel the heat radiating from the wall. But at the end of this, between the last figure and the corner of the wall that leads to the door, there is a section of wall that is smooth and doesn't have any of the features of the section before it. Its color is different too, this part of the wall. And putting your hand on it, it's not hot.
It's missing something. That which is hidden should not be revealed. The 5th Warden has been hidden.
There's a 5th Forge.
There is.
Oh.
A 5th
The
Forge.
other room, the one we
Yeah.
haven't really spent any time in.
Yes.
We get to see what he's hiding!
Perhaps we should go there now. Yes?
Yes.
Well, we gotta make sure they pick up their notes first, because they're all over the ground.
No, yes, thank you. Yes, okay, right. Yes. Your memories will be locked deep within one of you. The memories of a weapon, of this weapon that helped win the war, something so terrible that they locked away within inside one of the wardens, and then they forced everyone to forget it.
Perhaps is that memory locked within Fajima?
Does it sound? I was just thinking that, and I thought that sounds a bit crazy, but it also sounds like it might.
Well, it's not me, because I know my memories, and there's none of those in there.
I don't know if it's locked purely within Fajima or if it's locked within the Cyclone Warden, but everyone, I mean, remember how Fesh responded when we told him that there was a 5th Warden. He, who is probably the most learned, researched man I've ever known, was completely aghast.
It's a big statement coming from you, James.
Yes, I know quite a few.
Well,
Yes.
what's concerning is that the end of this prediction, or whatever you want to call it, was you must hide what you are.
Oh. Because
Because if the Ashen Mage were to find out, she could turn that
Have a
person
weapon.
and make them into a weapon.
Yeah.
we're assuming
Perhaps
she
that's
doesn't
why the
already
Ashen-
know. Sorry,
Wait.
Lily.
No, it's okay. I think we should go to the other room, yes?
Yes.
I
We can
agree.
speculate all day long, but we don't know anything for sure.
A 5th Forge.
Feels like we're very close to something, though.
It does,
I know.
but I think we also can over-speculate and then make it a little more confusing for
It's
ourselves.
true. It's
You're right.
true.
Okay, following you.
Oh, yes. Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay, so you all are returning all the way back to the other side, the whole other wing of the forges. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you walk back down this long hallway, all the way past the door with 3, the door with 4, back past the door you entered in the first time, and the open section that had the number 1 on it, back through that door, back down to the L curve and across the pit, that broken section with the lava pouring into it. Again, you repeat the process of getting across that. You've gotten quite accustomed at this point to using the rope and shimmying across the wall and making your way down to that door once again. You open that door, and let's return to the map room to get a good sense of what's in here again. We will take a look at that room as you all enter it, or stand at the doorway, I suppose. That scroll is not there anymore. You picked it up with a mage hand, yes.
Yes.
But this is what you see. It is those lava ducts that move lava above your heads through some of these sections that fed certain areas, fed workstations throughout this place. They come in here, they cascade down the side and land in pools around. There's a big stone slab in the center with a bunch of rubble. There is a golem that sits and seems to be deactivated, kind of staring up at nothing, looking very, unaware. It looks deactivated. And there's it seems to be some rubble, some cave-in on other sections of the room.
So let's assume that this thing is going to come alive and try to kill us.
Always
Why?
assume that.
Why?
You
why
say
don't?
that so casually. I'm just yes. You're
Well,
right.
I'm-
Though. You're right. No, you're
I'm-
right. I'm just laughing.
Getting used to it by now.
Yes.
I assume that about most things now.
So why don't we just attack it? Instead of waiting for it to come to us, why don't we strike first? Because I'm really tired of being surprised by everything.
You want us all to attack that giant stone statue?
All right, fine by me. Let's do this.
We could
It's
take-
actually iron, but yes.
Wait, we could take precautionary measures. How about that?
Yes.
Like a Dubip's bird cage or a circle of fire around Argo as he goes to look under the...
Yes, a circle of fire around Argo sounds like a great plan.
Although, that will be costly in terms of spells, so...
It doesn't sound like it, Jeff, but nothing about this room looks any different since the lighting up of all of the...
That's correct.
And that thing on the west side, that looks like a broken aqueduct. Is that what that is?
That would be the east side, but
Or the east side, sorry. Yes.
it is another one of those chairs, but there seems to have been a cave-in there. Or maybe cave-in is too presumptuous. There's rubble and broken bits that are all around there.
I was
All right.
merely thinking that Argo and I could go right up to this thing and we could use the amulet. We could both rage and we can just take out all of our aggression on it.
It's a good idea.
Yes.
Should who
I look
pulls
at
away
Lily.
the?
Men.
It's
What does that mean?
fair. That's fair.
Good stuff.
It's true.
It's just a tarp, yes, or what's the material on its legs?
It's like a canvas. Yeah, it is basically a tarp. Yep.
Could it be pulled away with a mage hand? Does it look like it weighs that much?
I think you could easily pull it away with a mage hand. Yeah.
All right, I'll go Civ, get into position, and I'll just stand back a little bit and yank it off. How about that?
I'm gonna draw the short sword and the new dagger that I just attuned, and I'll go. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time to do this, but my goal is that I'm going to go to the south side of the room and come at it and flank it, so you can attack it from the north and I'll attack it from the south.
Yes.
All right. Then just
Okay.
give me a moment to get over there, and
Yeah.
whenever the three of you are ready, just holler, and Argo and I will go to town.
I will. So I need to be within 30 feet to use my mage hand. I'll be standing just north of that last bit of the nice flip, Civ.
Nice flip, Civ.
Just north of that northwest corner of the table, please. Of that platform in the middle of it.
The slab there.
Ready to the slab. Thank you. That's the word.
I'll prepare
Alright.
a firebolt.
So
And stay far away.
you are readying firebolt.
Cantrip.
Argo and Civ are readying what exactly?
Go ahead.
Siv, we'll do
Yes.
it on rage, okay?
I'm sorry?
We're gonna do it on rage.
Got it.
1, 2, rage, okay?
Got it.
Okay.
All right.
So explain to me the exact progression of what you want to have happen. Mage Hand pulls the thing and you both attack, or you're waiting for it to move before you attack?
Let's pull it first. Yes?
Fine. Then, James, why don't you say it?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Can I just add a cautionary thing? Maybe we shouldn't attack immediately when we pull off the cloth in case there's something we need to learn.
So then
I
why
agree.
are we attacking at all then?
Because
Well-
it probably will attack us, and I think Civ is right about that, but we need to...
But if we're waiting while we pull and it's probably going to attack us, we lose the element of surprise.
Yes, but we also might destroy some valuable information, which we can't really afford to do.
I'm with Siv on this one.
I will wait until James says the word rage. That is how long I will wait.
Same.
Okay.
Fajimo, could
All
you
right.
conjure me some popcorn?
All right.
Feeling
So,
very judged. Feeling very judged.
on the count of 3,
on the count
James-
of 3, it will go 3, 2, 1, mage hand, and then get like glimpse of it, and then rage.
all right. So you stand there ready, primed. Argo holding his maul, summoning, getting very angry, looking at this golem. Civ holding 2 finesse weapons at the ready, pointed, primed.
And digit.
James conjures Digit, the 5-fingered hand of arcane energy, and it floats silently over atop this large iron golem that sits in a chair, and it hovers there above this tarp, this canvas. And James says 1, 2, and nods his head, and Digit goes down on 3, pulls the canvas up with a flourish, and Argo and Civ lean forward, and nothing moves, nothing happens. The golem remains motionless. And what you see, jammed between its leg and the side of the chair, that stone chair, is a strange, round piece of ore.
Huh. Hang on. Argo, do you see that?
Yeah, you want me to grab it?
Careful. If
Yeah,
it's
okay.
like the others,
I'm
does
gonna
it
get
look?
up on the things, the arms of this thing, and I'm just holding my dagger right in front of its face. So if he grabs the ore and it moves at all or starts to come alive, I'm stabbing the dagger in its eye.
Jeff, is it...
By the way, Amanda with amazing work here. Look at that full force perspective. Incredible. With the Civ's sword pointed right at this thing's face. And Argo, you're gonna reach in. I'm sorry, what were you asking?
Well, I want to look at it. Is it look like it's activated, or is it active?
It
like
does
it was?
look like this mass of color, almost this fight between light blue and this greenish yellow color, this yellowish green, and it's this mass of strange colors, kind of half and half, almost battling within itself.
This is really trippy to look at.
I could be wrong. The elements we were missing from the other stones that I think were radiant and thunder.
That's correct.
It says it's wedged in, but or is it like locked into place? Or
Nope, it's just sort of stuck there between the leg and the chair.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it, and Argo grabs it.
And you pluck it there. You feel it sort of vibrating in your hand. It clearly has a lot of energy in it, just like the others that you have held
Jeff,
in your
Argo
hand.
goes in the bag and picks out the other one he had, the electric one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
They'll
they
put
are
it together.
they are similar size and shape, both round, sort of softball size, I'd say, and very different textures, very different colorings, but similar sizes and shapes.
Do they
You're not
react to
gonna-
each other?
No.
You're not gonna like what I have to say. Civ, do you see any panels? Anything on? Is it missing its power source, and do we now need to activate it?
Yeah, I'll scan it for panels.
You do not find a panel, just like you have not found a panel on the last, 2 you checked? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So, describe this thing now that I'm up in its grill. What am I
It
seeing
looks
here?
very similar to the iron golems that you have fought. It is massive. It is well built, although it does seem to be very old. And getting a look up close at it, it has the same sort of, as you had knocked and slammed and attacked the other ones, pieces had broken and fallen off. In the same way, this thing seems to have been deteriorating over a long period of time. And it looks like if you were going to attack this one, a similar thing would happen. It is an abandoned iron golem that seems to sit there completely deactivated.
So if we have to activate this thing, should we beat it up before we do that?
No, we may need it to perform some sort of thing. I will reach into my bag and pull out the scroll that we found here previously, which you said seemed magical. It seemed like a spell scroll.
Yes.
Maybe this actually... Go ahead.
Literally every mechanical being that we've met in here, when we activated it, attacked us.
I know.
Okay. You know better than I'll go.
We're dealing with very...
I understand. I was just thinking out loud.
James, I wonder if the spell scroll could be revealed by a word solving the riddle.
Maybe, or maybe it itself is a spell. I wasn't in the room when we sort of read it before, but I pull out the scroll. I sort of back away from everyone.
You want to use this? Maybe this thing will help.
It might. I'll kind of hold the scroll up to the stone. Is there any
Nothing seems to happen. There's no seems to be any interchange between those two items, but the scroll certainly does seem to have arcane energies to it.
What about heat, James? What about heat on the paper?
That's an interesting... Okay, you can try.
Heat on
Yes.
paper.
Yeah, just don't destroy it.
Excuse you. I have plenty of spell scrolls in my life. Thank you.
You know what heat does to paper. I don't have to tell you
Yes,
this.
Father. Thank you very much.
You just did tell her that, though.
Okay,
trying to be careful.
I take it. I heat up my hands a little bit. And Fajimo says the spell, or the words that are written out loud, that which is hidden should not be revealed.
You look
Secret?
and you hold the parchment in front of your hand, and your hand is heated. There's flame. Nothing seems to be happening. Now remember,
darkness.
this room was completely accessible to you a long time ago, right? Nothing has changed about this room.
So maybe
Is
we
it
need to
possible that this is just one of the golems that they were building and they had yet to activate this one? Does this look like a craftsman area? Like this is a place you could construct a golem at?
These chairs, one of which has rock and rubble on it, certainly seem the size and shape you would put a golem in if you wanted to work on it.
Right.
That is an accurate assessment.
Jeff, is there anything else on that table in the middle of the room?
No, there's some refuse. There's rubble, but there's nothing really of note there.
Okay. Lily is finishing up her popcorn and is over.
The thing that's sad about the conjured popcorn is as soon as you bite it and do any damage to it, it just disappears.
I know. This is woefully unsatisfying.
It smelled good though while it lasted.
You're telling me, Lily.
Perhaps we should explore other places.
Yes.
Argo, help me move this thing.
Oh, okay.
The golem?
Just off of the chair, yes.
Oh, okay.
Something on the chair.
It seems like we should be activating something in here.
Yeah, Jeff, I help. I climb up onto the chair and start moving. Basically,
Yeah, you guys, it is
pull
an immense amount of effort and strength it takes to move this thing. I mean, it is made out of thick iron, and It is very, very heavy. In fact, roll me strength checks, both of you, or one of you, and you can have a advantage. Actually, you already have advantage. Ogden, you have advantage from Katrin, and Civ, you have advantage from Goofish McDorkle. Actually, both of you roll me a strength check.
Tuh. I know you got better than me, man. 5.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes, I did get better than you. Yes, I got a 11. Actually.
Oh, so even Ogden has a hard time lifting this, and Civ, as you start to pick it up, you drop it, and it lands clang on the ground, clang, 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 and this, this kind of limp humanoid form, this giant iron humanoid is just sort of half on the chair, half off of it.
There's nothing.
Yeah, I want to search the chair. I'm less concerned about the golem.
Nothing on the chair.
Are there tools in this room?
There are on the slab. There are tools. They are not particularly noteworthy. There are tools like you've seen throughout this place: tongs, hammers, those kinds of things. Some of them even kind of broken-ish. Nothing you would want to pocket or see as valuable.
Well, James, I think the purpose is to collect all of the ore, and something with the ore is what activates the door.
We're missing an ore, or do we have all of them now?
I think we have all of them. There's the one that we broke in half, the first one, the poison and the earth one.
Well, have we looked in all the other rooms?
Unless I could be mistaken, but I believe we have.
Unless there's something hidden behind one of these rubble walls, but I doubt it.
There's nothing. There's nothing different about the crumbled chair to the east side. Nothing like that.
Nope.
Do these things go with the wall or the door by the archive? Was there? I didn't look at the statues or the thing next to the door. Could you put anything in it?
I didn't see... Jeff, did I see anything where I could put ore?
No. But you'd have to go back and really do an investigation check with that in mind to really know.
Right. Well, I did ask if anything looked like it could move.
No, it's a flat surface. It was
Okay.
a flat surface.
Okay. Yes, if I had to guess, it would be something to do with the ore. Bringing the ore together would somehow open the door. Maybe using all of the ore and the command word at the same time.
There's one place that has changed since you did things, right?
Well, there's several things that have changed. All of the forges have changed because they're all activated by lava.
What?
Well, perhaps we should go
Jeff?
back to the place with where we pour the lava.
One thing has changed. The lava.
No,
What'd you say?
the
The
door to the
door.
archive.
The door to the archive has
changed in a
changed.
big way, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe go back there.
Yeah. That's why I was like,
Instead of standing here looking at nothing that has changed.
Lily's been by the door for like 10 minutes.
Oh, you stayed there? You didn't even go? Oh no, you've been by the door in this room. Yeah.
No, I came in. I'm like, no, I'm.
James, are you ready to go back?
Have the boys had enough time in here?
Wait, hold on a minute.
We did find the ore. That was necessary.
I don't know if the ladies.
No. Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
let's go.
Well,
Let's
the popcorn's gone, so.
Yeah.
All right, we can
popcorn's
leave
fine.
the map room. We can leave the map room, and we can head back to all the way again across that lava hole, and across the around the L curve, and all the way down the hallway, all the way down back to the archive door. And again, you're standing there, and you see these 4 figures illuminated in silhouette by lava, standing there with these anvils next to them. And there is this abrupt stop and a flat, smooth wall that is very different from the walls that you have seen. It is not the same material, this flat stone, or this white polished stone. It is a strangely new, different material there.
Jeff,
Yeah.
Argo's gonna go up to the walls where the warden individuals are displayed,
Mhm.
and touch. He's going to use the electrical one and touch each with the electrical ore.
Well,
Right, so you
try it on the anvils. There's anvils next to each person.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then I'll try the anvils that are next to them.
You tap going down the line, tap on the first one, tap on the second one. With this sphere of glass, tap on the third one, tap on the fourth one. And as you go down, it all makes the same kind of thunk on the anvil, on the front of the anvil. And then you tap on the section where there is no mural. And it's a very different sound.
Does it
What
sound
is it, Ogden?
hollow?
It does sound hollow.
I take my fist and punch it.
And you hear, "Dong." You hear this reverberation, even though it is still stone. It sounds like there is space behind this wall.
I think this is hollow.
Fajima.
Really?
Well, no, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, no, Jeff, please, go ahead.
Never mind. Go ahead.
Push it.
You guys-
Can
you
you,
guys got it.
can you push it? Can you push it? Okay.
Well, I punched it. I figured that's probably a version of pushing it.
Well, yes, but let's try.
Pushing it, punching it. You hear this pushing.
There's
it, of course,
something
no sound,
behind.
but-
There's something behind it.
So sorry to make you repeat this again. You said the blank spot is where in relation to the rest of the figures?
And
Figure, blank spot, corner, door.
Okay.
pull out the scroll.
Does it sound like metal?
That which is hidden should not be revealed.
Jeff, does it sound like metal? Is what she asked.
It does not sound like metal. But Fajima, as you pull out the scroll and you hold it in your hands, you're looking at the scroll, reading those lines again, and as you kind of pass it in front of that section, you notice that the tiny sliver that overlaps your view of the parchment, that overlaps that section, immediately becomes as a window to look through. And you just bring the parchment past it, but it catches your attention. It's as if for a second, that sliver was like looking into another space.
Like a like those things that kind of reveal like the green and the red, like the 3D glasses, like that kind of thing.
More like the parchment ceased to be there, and now there was like a
No.
iPhone screen, and you're
Can you-
looking at something.
Whoa.
Huh.
Hold the parchment over the space.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
crowding behind Fajima as she's
All right.
holding up the parchment.
You hold up the parchment, and as you bring it up into view, the parchment, as you bring it past the line of where that wall is, it ceases to be parchment and becomes this window past that wall into
Whoa.
what looks like a chamber beyond. You're holding this parchment. The thing that does not disappear are the words. So you are looking at words that say, that which is hidden should not be revealed. Past those words, as if watermarked, past those words into a chamber beyond.
Bizarre.
And in that chamber, which looks quite, it's not large, but it looks like a small room.
Okay.
In that chamber, you see a statue, a full statue of a woman in a cloak with a hood over her head.
Nearest.
Blue.
Can you walk through it, Fajima? Can we step into it?
No, it's just a piece of parchment.
Okay, so it's not like it's actually creating an open place in front of
You're
us.
just
It's
seeing
like a window.
through the wall.
This is what it must be like to be you, James.
Sometimes, yes.
Found all those hallways this way.
Thank you.
So is the statue the only thing that's in that room?
Roll me a. Well, actually, you could just do it. You'll take 20, right? You'll be a very thorough and move this parchment around, and you see, set back in the room is this statue in a very dramatic pose. It's not in the same pose as all of the other statues. The other statues, heroic, standing there, holding their weapons. This statue seems to be in this urgent mode, standing legs wide, one in front of the other, standing forward, holding its hands out in front of it like this, looking, peering at something. And as you move that around and you get to through this parchment, as if it is a window past that thing, as if moving it in front, you can see it go whoop, whoop, right? As you move past that section, it becomes parchment again. As you move it across that section, you see through and then it becomes parchment again. You see through and then it becomes parchment again. All the while, those words remain. But you see closer to you, almost resting against this wall, not quite right against it, but closer to you than the statue is, an anvil.
Okay.
The fifth forge.
I try to line the paper up with the anvil and see if that reveals anything.
It seems to be blocked by the side of the wall. You're looking through, you just see sort of the edge of the anvil as if it's behind the next figure in line there.
Can we see that it is directly behind this wall, the room?
Yes.
Or do we know?
Hey, so how do we get in there?
I mean, I can dimension door in there with one other person.
It's just very, very dangerous for us to do that.
Yes. This whole thing is quite dangerous.
Right, but there would be a solid wall. There'd be no way for us to help.
Right.
Can you cast it more than once? If you go in there and it gets...
Yes, twice. Before I
In
have
and
to
out.
rest. I can take someone with me.
If I can see in there, I mean,
You sang a song about not splitting the party, though.
I know. I'd be
if
a
I can
regular
see in there,
hypocrite.
I could thunderstep with someone else as well. But
Well, then technically we don't even have to solve the riddle.
Well, it might not work. It seems like there's bigger
Mirasis.
powers at play.
Right, there might be a magical barrier or something.
How does this riddle relate? That which is hidden should not be revealed. Well, it
That's
is being
hidden.
revealed.
Right, it's the fifth warden. That's what shouldn't be revealed.
Yes.
So by revealing it,
You open the door.
Right.
why is it
And-
saying it should not be revealed?
Because it was the whole reason for making everyone forget for the last 300 years that there apparently was a weapon so terrible used to end the war that they didn't want it available to anyone else. So they locked it away in the mind of Mirasis Blue, in the mind of the Cyclone Warden. This poor
Well,
woman.
Shall we take a stab at the password again?
Yes?
Certainly try all of the words you can think of that
Is it-
use those letters.
Is anything else about this door changed?
No.
Can we try opening it?
I mean, no, there's no
Door.
locking
Yeah.
mechanism. There's no handle. It's to speak the password. The wall that you are standing in front of, past that has a chamber behind it, is thin like the rest of the walls.
Can we break it?
I mean, I can try, right?
I'll go.
Punched it.
Well,
I'll
Argo
go.
can just take a maul to it if it's
Take
thin.
them all to it.
Oh,
Oh.
just
Well, I wasn't
thousands
going
of
to break
years of
anything because nobody
Dwarven
people tell me
artistry.
not to be very nice to dwarf stuff because it's so great and everything.
We just need to be
Yeah.
careful, but I think we need to
Got it. You want me to destroy dwarven stuff? I'm into it.
just
There's maybe
this
like
wall right
a middle
now.
ground.
Hey, at least it's not a dwarf, okay?
Correct.
Yes?
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'll start rowing on the wall.
So you take your two-handed maul covered in mithril and you take a swing back and you go and like hitting drywall in a house with a mallet, with a sledgehammer. You crack through immediately. A hole. There's a gaping hole in this thin stone wall. It breaks rather easily, in fact. This thin section. And you see pass through it what the parchment revealed as well, a statue. And you keep wailing away. Shards of stone hitting the floor, debris hitting the floor, until you've knocked a fairly large size section out of this wall, a hole into a chamber. And as you guys look through that hole, you see an anvil and this statue of a woman holding her hands out, as if holding something, as if looking. But there's nothing there in
Like
her
an
hands.
parchment.
Does
I
it
walk
look
up-
like a
parchment.
parchment? Yeah. Yeah.
So I walk up and I'll try to place the parchment between her hands.
Before you do that, as you pass that anvil, you see it is glowing on the front side, a couplet.
Ooh. Argo,
No
great
wonder
job.
we couldn't solve it. Good job,
You're
Argo.
welcome. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
James,
I
you know
look
what
forward
do.
to your home improvement tour. Okay.
Well, I don't know how to build it back. I could just knock it down.
Oh, that's fine. What does it say?
This couplet says in Dwarvish runes, "The last was built in Sky Scorcher's center. Speak the word, and then you may..."
Enter.
The last
Fajima,
was
as
built.
you walk over to the statue, you see that the space between her hands is almost exactly the same size as the parchment.
Dries.
Dries.
Right.
Put it up in between the two hands.
You put it up in between the two hands, and it sort of fits right there. You kind of have to hook it almost in her fingers, as if she's holding the curls of a rolled parchment. You can almost hook it there. And she's standing, holding it, staring through it, staring at the anvil.
Okay, so can I go behind her and look through the paper?
As you rotate around, the front of the parchment looks like parchment.
Nice.
As you rotate around to her perspective and look in her eye line through the parchment down to the anvil, what you see is extraordinary. You see the anvil that she is staring at in direct line, staring at the back of the anvil. The front of it had those dwarven runes on it. The back of it looks exactly like the first anvil you saw in the first room, but only through the parchment. When you move your head past it, you see a normal back of the anvil with nothing glowing. The front of the anvil glowing, the back of the anvil not glowing, until you look through her eye line, through the parchment, at the back of the anvil, where it glows and reveals the same script that the first anvil said, except it says, "Approach each of these forges," and then it is smeared.
Okay. James,
Yes.
there's something off about this. Can you translate, please?
Approach each of these forges. Nothing.
Where it
else.
previously said 4, that is rubbed out, erased, replaced.
Because there were 5.
Going to
Right,
change
and they
the
wanted
rhyme?
to hide that. They wanted to hide the secret.
Approach
That
each
means
of
the
these
first word
forges.
changes then. It's no longer door.
Approach each of these forges
This is
5.
Assemble the word
Assemble
to
the word
unlock
to unlock the
hive? No.
hive.
Everything's changing.
Hive.
Wonder how many people in the chat already have it.
Probably a lot.
It's archive.
Archive.
Oh, yeah.
How do you say? I mean, what do you?
Approach
see it.
each of
5.
these forges 5.
Oh,
Assemble the word
forges
to unlock
5.
the archive.
And we're trying to get into the archive. So it's an A.
Arise.
It's not a D.
It's arise.
Arise.
Right.
Arise.
Eyes?
Arise.
Instead of, yes, rhyme.
Enter.
In, seal, enter, arise.
Wow.
Well
Yes.
done, Argo.
Well, it was only because Fajimo told me to write it down, and I wrote it down.
You did.
Very good.
Very good.
So spell it out
Yes.
for the audience, would you?
Approach each of these forges 5. Assemble the word to unlock the archive. A. Take a letter one at a time from each word that completes a rhyme. R. The word's first letter is how you begin to discover the only way in. I. Yes. Where's the fourth one? A tribute to those who would not kneel. These letters together form the seal. S.
Right.
And then this last
Break
one.
open this, yeah.
Break open the seal. The last was built in Sky Scorcher's center. I don't remember, but enter rhymes with center.
Speak the word and then
The
you
word
may.
you may enter.
I don't remember. Enter.
Blah, blah,
So-
blah, enter.
So let's go back to the door and
So you realize
use the.
you realize in that moment that the first couplet really was not an instruction to approach each of the forges, but a way to approach each of the forges. To approach each of the forges 5, assemble the word to unlock the archive. It also seems clear to you in that moment that everything about the fortress of the 4 former forges, the thing you heard the addled elders constantly hammering, constantly struggling to get out of their mouths, inform the foray into the fortress. There is a formal formula, they said. Before each forge, you'll find a uniform platform struggling against the restraints on their own minds. Pushing, trying to communicate, but limited, forced to a lie. Forced to say there were 4. There were only ever 4 forges. Everything was preventing the realization that you have now come to. That it was the fortress of 5 forges. And as you walk, sorry?
Is there anything else about Mirasis? Anything else about the statue?
We might need to destroy this.
Try what?
The statue.
Or we might need the weapon that she's hiding.
Right. I'm not saying we do it now. I'm just saying if worse comes to worse and we don't want anyone to discover this after us, we'll have to hide it as well.
Well, I don't understand.
The dwarves
So they
went
don't-
way out of their way to make sure that no one found this, and then
It
we
wasn't just
found
the
it.
dwarves, it was everyone. It was the
Right.
Stars and Cow, it was Lord Ereban, it was everyone.
And now we're opening it.
Well, here's the thing. We might not be the only ones.
Right.
What do you think the Ashen Mage is after? And
Right.
here's the other thing. All that going through my notes again. They knew. 300 years ago, they knew something was coming in 300 years. She said it. the leader of the Shahs and Gao. She said it in her speech. 300 years may seem long to us, but in the great stream of time, it is but a moment. And when that moment comes again, we must be ready. She knew. So they are trying to find the Cyclone Warden. I'm sure they are. Maybe they found her already. I hope not. They all knew, and they tried to hide it. But someone found out. The sun and the moon. I'm thinking again of that obelisk we found underneath the lighthouse. The sun, the moon, and that third symbol. There's so much. There's so much. But we can't. You're right, Civ. You're right. We may need to destroy it. I don't know, but we also may need it. Because it might be the only thing that can save us.
Well, at the very least, we need to make sure that, and I point at the parchment that Fajima is holding, or the statue is holding, comes with us.
Yeah, we should take it with us. Agreed. Agreed.
I don't feel we have enough information yet to decide whether or not to destroy it.
I don't think we can yet.
I didn't say we should do it now. I'm saying we might need to eventually.
Cover our tracks at least a little bit.
If I was the Acid Mage, I'd be using spies and be waiting for us to open it and then waiting for us to wait right at the last minute. Say, surprise, here I am. I'm taking it from you. Good job.
Are you saying one of us is a spy?
No. I don't think it's one of you. But there's a lot of dwarves that
I think that's
like
Argo just admitting he's a spy.
So you're the spy.
Among us.
Yeah, no.
It's gonna end
Very
with all of
sus.
us drawing
Super sus.
daggers on
Super
each other.
sus.
Shall we? And I gesture back to the front
Fajima.
dwarven door.
Yes.
Yes.
We don't know what's on the other side of this door. Okay, I don't think that literally on the other side of this door is the Ashen Mage.
Can't you use your power?
I could. Fajima, it's been a while since you've cast Detect Warden, right?
Yeah. A long time. Well.
I
Shall
mean,
we?
I don't want to delay it any longer. I guess.
Jeff, I don't have that. I can't find that spell in my stuff. But I think I remember it was a ritual, right?
It is a ritual. That's correct.
Okay. And what was it? 10 minutes
Mm-hmm.
or so?
Norm.
Okay. Well, I think we can afford 10 minutes.
Yes.
I agree.
Just do a good, thorough search of this room.
You
while do
just
that.
have time in your pocket that you can just spend freely?
Spoken like a
I'm
real
getting-
spy.
Very rhetorical, Argo.
Before Fajima sits down to ritual cast Detect Warden, she's gonna walk over to the statue of Mirasis and kind of just run her fingers over the statue and lightly run her fingers over her stomach. Our baby
Wow.
had
You make me
grown.
cry. It's an extraordinary thing to see Mirasis in 3 dimensions. Standing outside that room before you entered that hidden chamber, you saw 4 figures in silhouette. Mirasis is in full 3 dimensions. A statue carved in her likeness with an extraordinary skill. Master craftspeople creating a lifelike replica of a person you have been inside. You have lived through their eyes. As you rub your hand, move your hand along the rough stone, remarkably carved, remarkably sculpted, down to her stomach, where you lived through that experience as her of giving birth. You look in her eyes, behind a cloak, this brilliant cloak that you remember wearing yourself. And you see it, her eyes staring at that parchment, looking at that parchment with intensity. You see fear there. Maybe you're projecting. Maybe it's your own worry about what's behind that door. It is very different than the heroic poses of the other four.
They said that she was the last of her people. Her people were slaughtered and her villages were destroyed. And, I mean, elves. Have any of you ever seen an elf?
What's an elf?
Exactly.
No, really, what's an elf?
Pointy ears.
You're looking at one, and I point to the statue.
Oh.
Jeff, is there anything else in this room besides
Elves
the
are statue
statue
people?
No.
and the anvil?
No.
I'm going to take out Murmur and point it at James. James.
Awakened mind, yes.
I don't know how much longer I can last. And you see my hand shaking.
What do you mean?
What are you doing right now?
I haven't had a drink. I'm back in my old body. I don't know how much longer I can last. So if we can hurry this up, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Emma sits down and starts casting.
We can do that.
Argo just kind of looks at Lily.
Yeah.
And I'm the only one who cares. Okay.
What? I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
Civ is pointing a bow at James, and they're just looking at each other really intensely.
He's just practicing his aim. He's just practicing his aim, Argo. It's fine.
Listen, Argo, you all tried to attack a statue just like a few minutes ago.
But it's a James.
Let
I don't-
Fajima concentrate. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Sometimes
Something
we all do
fishy's
things you don't
going on.
understand.
Something weird going on.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Wait.
As long as I'm not alone.
Argo,
Yeah. Yeah, what?
do you think one of them is a spy?
No. I do not think there's any spies among us.
Again, Argo, you really incriminate yourself when you say it like that.
Something about stroking your beard when you proclaim your innocence.
You brought it up, and then you said you didn't think any of us are spies.
Well, I don't trust people outside of you, 5, 4. I can't count. I don't trust people, and so if the Ashen Mage is trying to take over the world, then the first thing I would want to do is make sure that nobody could stop me, and I think we're the only ones that can stop her. So I'm just trying to think logically. That's what Mama taught me.
You are so logical. I'm just thinking, I guess...
Yeah, but thinking logically shouldn't mean I'm all of a sudden suspicious.
Yeah.
Suspicious.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it means doing weird things.
That's
Right.
the definition.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. It's just that you're right. It's just that I guess if I'm taking it a step further, if I was the Ashen Mage, I would have infiltrated this group a long time ago. So
Lily,
as
Lily,
to build,
stop. Please
as
stop.
to build trust,
Please.
you know.
Oh,
and then-
don't even put that out
Lily,
there. No.
Are you a spy?
Fajima, are you done yet?
I didn't think. I didn't think
Honestly,
we would,
I'll go. At this point, I don't know.
I didn't think we would do a ritual in real time, but it turns out we did. Fajima, you get a sense over the 10 minutes as you extend the tendrils out, the arcane weave out into the ether, sensing, attuning to that particular signature. Detect, Warden, that magical signature that you learned from that spell, and you feel as if very, very, very close. It's through the door to the
Whoa.
archive.
Okay.
Okay.
The last time you cast this, you had a sensation that the Warden was hundreds of miles away. And you still get a faint glimmer of something far, but you get a sense of one very, very close. and 2 others much nearer in the opposite direction.
2 other
They
much.
are you okay?
Yes. Yes, I detected three wardens, and there's one very, very close to us, just on the other side of this door.
You can't tell
What?
which, can you? No.
Jeff, I can't tell which one's right.
We are in danger.
Well, yes, I'll go.
Yes.
Sorry, that was very snarky. I didn't mean that as snarky as it sounded.
We
Shall
did it. We're here. Let's go.
Well, hold on there. There's a warden behind this door, and the last time we saw a warden, what happened?
We got in a very big fight.
Yeah. You know what's really around us all over right now? Lava.
Kraken.
Lava all around us right now. There's a warden through the
Alright,
door.
alright.
Anybody else putting 2 and 2 to 7?
To be fair, I said very, very close. It is not feet away from you, Fajimo. You can sense that it is not on the other side of the door. It is that direction, very close. I don't want to get the impression that you open the door and there's a warden face on the other side.
That's what Argo's got in his head right now. So you open that door,
Yeah.
warden.
No, pardon me. No.
Were the other two
It is that direction, and it is very close.
Were the other 2 wardens together that were far away?
Yes.
Oh.
That could mean so much. That could mean the remaining 2. It could mean Quake
The one
and...
was captured. It could have been taken that way.
Right.
Remember?
Or it could mean... Oh, we still don't
That
know
means
where...
we could be close to Diptha.
If the one behind...
And Torvald.
Right,
Yes.
could be. If the one
I
behind
hope so.
this door is the Cyclone Warden, that means the Ashen Mage may already have the secrets that she's looking for. That's terrifying.
Well, there's only one way for us to find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shall we?
arise?
This is our job. Let's do
Yes.
it.
What'd you say, Argo?
I said, shall we arise?
All right, if you guys are stepping out from that chamber into the hallway in front of the door and
A little
speaking-
louder, one more time.
Oh, yeah. Arise! There's Argo!
And as you speak the word arise, we hear the word reverberate in Dwarvish. You didn't speak it in Dwarvish. It echoes in Dwarvish. Arise. And it causes a chain reaction to start. Again, lava begins to flow in the walls, pulsing into new areas, released into a new section above the section that you had seen previously. You stare at this enormous door in front of you, and you see the transom of the door. That half circle above it, above where it says the archive. That transom begins to fill with lava behind it. It begins to glow. And again, you see a new mural begin to appear. A beautiful, shimmering scene that comes into view slowly as the lava level rises behind the wall. The scene is from a low angle, looking up at the sky. As that glow rises, you start to see figures, dozens of them, hovering above the ground, ascending into the clouds. As you stare at this, there is a huge sound. A crack, boom, and a low rumble. Dust and debris spill down between the seam that appears in the center of the 2 massive doors. They split and pivot inward, opening a way inside. Dust. It is clear these incredible doors haven't moved in a very long time. And that's where we go to intermission.
Yeah.
I'm so
knew it.
excited.
Good job, team. Good job.
Good job, team.
Oh, we did it with Jeff's
Way to go.
help.
Way to go, Jeff.
Maybe
Just a little
not
nudge.
this room.
Just a little nudge.
Huh, maybe go to this
You guys are all right.
specific place.
And my
All right.
Argo's new rage word is man.
Man. All right, I want to thank some folks that have been giving us love through that section. Foxytocin? Oh, Foxytocin. I guess not oxytocin, Foxytocin. El Gordes, PD Blanche, Mobo Herder, thank you. Guy Vox, Dude the Man, Peoncy Brace Girdle?
Okay.
Peony Brace Girdle.
Peony.
I did that very poorly. Dimu Bodum and others, thank you for the love. Thank you for the balloons. We appreciate it. 43% of the way to the next Force of Good car. 26% of the way to the Force of Evil. Team Force of Evil. Yeah, they want you guys to have a nice, easy
I
turn
guess
this
so.
time. Clearly,
No.
They're
They're
team
just
force
waiting.
of less evil now.
They're just waiting until something happens and then
Lying
they're
in
gonna
wait.
drop a bomb.
We are walking into the archive after intermission. You gotta be here for that. In the meantime, Lord Airband's gonna take care of you. We'll be back shortly.
Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after a brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to relax and enjoy one another's company. And I must say, if you're not watching this live, do yourself a favor. Watch it live. Really, okay? Wednesday nights on Caffeine at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. And you can live chat with me and our wonderful community, the Watchers of the Time Stream. Oh, and here's a tip from me to you. Milo, this is nice. Mind turning it up a touch? What would we even call this? This is like a elevator jazz. Oh yeah. Here's a tip from me to you. Go to caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run and follow the show. See the star? Click it. So you'll get a reminder when we're live on Wednesday nights. Oh yeah. Milo, do a twirl, will you? Ah, so sweet. There's nothing quite like Milo dancing softly. Sometimes it's really the best. Fmick's asking, actually Fmick 5. So I take it you knew the answer to the riddle all along. Fmick, I'm a 120-year-old illithid. My brain is massive. Of course I know. I know everything! I know what your next move is. You used a Milo's ball. What do you mean, Shabery? You used a Milo's ball, i.e. you touched it? When? And if so, did you just recently do that? Because I tell you, I'm feeling quite comfy right now. Like super comfy. Like unbelievably comfy. But if you say you did, then I believe it. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I want to say, ooh, I believe. Ha! I'm not crying out of pain. It's not pain that I'm crying out of, it's love. Oh, yes. It's all the love I feel from everyone. Oh, Red Robin. You're sneaky, aren't you? And Chef Scott 68. When I get a chance, I'm going to smack that bowl out of your hand. And let me tell you something, Vince Ruth. That's not funny, all right? It's just not. Because there's pain involved. And here's the deal. Shebri, I believe you very much. But I was hoping that I could keep my screams inside. And I cannot, because my frustration has completely overflown. All right, hold on. Let me just take a moment to ease myself back into my throne's chair. Whatever this thing is that I'm sitting in. I got it at Costco. All right, Rhaegar, pain. I stabbed myself in the leg tonight. Did you really? Wait a second. You... Woo! Oh, goodness. My gosh. It looks to me that you folks are having a bit of fun, yes? How about it? Turn up the music, Milo. It doesn't hurt enough. All right, Rhaegar. Listen, you and I are both feeling a little bit of pain. If you really stabbed yourself in the leg, that is. Because I will tell you right now, it feels as though I've been stabbed by 1 billion murder hornets. Fresh off the boat from wherever they come from. Ah! Ah! Willie V says, I broke my pelvis once. Talk about pain. Oh, yes. I love pelvis. Or as I like to call them, pelvi. Yeah. All right, I'm starting to feel a little better now. Quickly, Milo, if you could do me a solid, grab a bag of ice and some peas from the freezer, if you could. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah, baby. Hey, Shothragot. First of all, I love your name. It goes well with the dungeon run. Second of all, do me a favor. And never, ever touch that again. Are we clear? And that goes for everyone here. Don't touch Milo's ball, okay? Just don't touch it. Whoa, wait. I know it's pretty, Brandy. It's designed to make you want to touch it. Exactly the reason to not touch it. Don't. All right, Mono makes. Have I said that wrong 1,000 times or not? Lord Araban, are you vanned on caffeine? He kind of dismissed me. Vanned. Number one, I'm Lord Araban. Don't mistake me for anyone else. or I'll have Milo sick you. Or excuse me, I'll sick Milo. Is that how you say it? Sicking? I'm not sure. Number 2, if I were anyone else, why would I go by the name of Vand? I would go by something super cool, like Laraban. You see. Larry and Araban together. Laraban. Okay. Look. Let's just get something out of the way, all right? I'm hallucinating right now. And not because of anything I've done, but because I have felt more pain in the last 10 minutes than I've ever felt in my life. Thank you, everyone who contributed. But before we continue on, I'd like to have a conversation with you all in my new accent. Okay. Force cards. Both Force of Good and Force of Evil are back, and we are now triggered as Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil. They fill up the balloon count. Now, as certain thresholds are met, a force card will be given to the team. Remember, good potatoes and evil yams count towards this too. There are 10 Force of Good cards and 10 Force of Evil cards that can be triggered each episode. And we'll show you the status, as you've seen in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, so that you'll know how close we are to the next card. And this is wonderful. The cards get more powerful as they get unlocked. Bam! Now, if you have an idea for a force card, head over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com to submit. We might use yours in an upcoming show, or even this one. Probably an upcoming one. And now, here are all the unique Dungeon Run props available if you're watching the show live. Technically, if you're not watching the show live, these really won't apply to you, but you can still listen, of course. Number 1, you could grant the gift of advantage. The ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and taking the highest value. Yes, a good, if you will. Or, if you're evilly inclined, you can set the trap of disadvantage. So if a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the lowest value. Tell him, Shabery. After all, what is life? That's right. Pain. In my booty. Now, advantages or disadvantages can only be given to players or the DM. When given to a player, you must specify who at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. And if given to the DM, Jeff will use it in the order it was received. They can't be given to a specific NPC, only to Jeff. Got it? Fail Waffle, Grim-Fated, are we clear? And of course, there's Show Love. The balloons. It's our celebratory item. Send love to the team whenever you want. The good news is, now you're supporting your team, if you'd like. Team Force of Good or Team Force of Evil. The 2 balloons, gold balloons for Team Force of Good, and purple balloons for Team Force of Evil. The choice is up to you. And yes, they count towards the force cards. That's right. Also, potatoes, baby! I've added the potato, or as I like to say, the potato prop, to the Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil battle. A good potato is the equivalent of buying 120 good yellow balloons, gold balloons, I should say. And an evil yam, or a yammer, as I like to call them, is equivalent to 120 evil balloons, but at a much better value. Oh, I love a good deal. Thank you, Astorian61. Sir Araban. Interesting. It's Lord, by the way. And of course, there's Milo's Ball. Yes, it's Milo's Ball. Here's the deal. It doesn't do anything, so leave it alone. That being said, if you touch it, you can count yourself uninvited to the ASSS. What's the ASSS? Ereban Super Special Shindig. Plain and simple. Don't touch it and you can go. Touch it, you're out. Also, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to the dungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find more info on our characters, Dungeon Run merch, and a link to the Dungeon Run Discordia. Sorry, Discord, not Discordia. That's something else. Where you can join a truly wonderful community of watchers. You can upload your fan art there and submit force cards as well. And to those who have already submitted, I see you and I thank you. Yeah. All right. Bring it on, folks. You think you can hurt me? Go for it. I'm not afraid of you anymore. I used to be, but that was before Advil. I've just taken a few. Milo hooked up a IV into my lower extremity, and I am high. I mean, not like on drugs, but I am certainly not feeling pain, you see. Yeah. No, that. Wow. It's incredible how poorly Advil works sometimes. Yes, we're back from that strange hallucination. Rhaegar, I stabbed myself. What do you think I'd do to you? Nothing. I'm your bodyguard. Rhaegar, I'm seriously so sorry that you stabbed yourself. I'm really, truly, honestly sorry. Because at the very least, I don't bleed when anyone touches the Milo's bowl. I assume you bled. And I also hope that you went somehow to some sort of organization that can take care of stabs. And also stay away from Civ, because you never know. He might stab you. Snaggletooth, you're the spy, admit it. Who, I'm a spy? In my own show? I don't have to spy. I own it! But yes, if anyone was going to be the spy, it'd probably be me. Excuse me. Rhaegar says, yes, hospital got 12 stitches. Rhaegar. Wow. Cam the Fog Pal. I dunno. Lord A. That sounds sus. It is. Super sus. Really very much sus. All right. Okay, hold on. Will Meister saying 120 years old and at a war 300 years ago. Well, Meister, number one, who says time applies to me? Yes, I might be 120, but who says I can't travel through it? Easy, you see. El Gorze, Gordes. I guess in a way we are the spies. Yes. Now you're starting to tap into the thinking. Chef Scott Willmeister, or saying to Willmeister, he took a long beauty nap. RE needs to request a refund. Chef Scott, I would really definitely like to talk to you face to face at some point in a dark alley. Okay? You're chapping my hide. Vane dead. Lord A, you're 121. True. Vosh Voyer. Lord A is the true DM and mind controls Jeff. Well, I mean, I could take credit if I wanted to, but I don't need to because I am confident in who I am and I have great self-esteem. I finish each one of these shows with positivity and happiness in my life. Apina07, you're kinda sus, Lord Ereban. At least you spelled my name right. Sure, I'm kinda sus. Brandy, Lord A, who's your best friend? Milo, of course. I don't really know anyone else. Everyone I come in contact with, I end up eating their brains or killing them. It's sort of a problem. Dragon Rose, purple is positive. True. Rhaegor, everyone should bow before Ereban and show him some respect. Agreed, Rhaegor. Do me a favor next time. It's Lord Ereban. Not just Ereban, thank you. Shaybuddy saying, I thought Jeff was your BFF. I didn't say he wasn't. When was that ever discounted? Dwayden, 5 tris of the 5 jizz. Doesn't sound as good. Agreed. Vandislice, did Milo make Amanda a cake? Yes, he did, and ate it immediately upon finishing the baking process. All right. Chaos! Organ 1 Z3D voted Lord A. What? On your mail-in ballot? Don't do that. It might take away from a win. Well, from someone important. Okay. Everyone. We're going to end this facade. Okay? And by facade, I mean intermission. I do want to thank all of you who've shared tonight's show. If you really haven't, and I know there's many of you who haven't, please do me a favor, share it. I mean, if you like it, share it. If you don't like it, fine, don't share it. But I can't imagine you'd still be here if you didn't like it. Okay? So share it. Share it with your best friends, share it with your worst friends. But just share it. It's a dungeon run. Hashtag the dungeon run. It's the greatest show ever. We don't mess around here. We deliver. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversation around the game. But now, it's time to rejoin our adventurers.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for hanging out with us during the intermission. Thank you, Airban. I appreciate you. Want to thank some of the folks that have been giving us love over that period of time with those wonderful balloons. Thank you, Hornist34, Forest Elf 86, Grateful Citizen of Ayn, Jinlei, Withering Words, Don't Hate Fajima, You Oakheart, Tina Frankenstein, Astorian 61, and others. Oh, and we got a potato just dropped from David Gen Pro. Thank you, David Gen Pro, for the potato. An incredible amount of support. That is wonderful. It brings Team Force of Good up to 79% of the way to their next card. Team Force of Evil only 31% of the way to their first card. So it's been a good night, full of good folks. We appreciate it.
Good vibes.
Night's gonna be a good night. Okay.
Nope. Not that.
If that's
Jeff,
the song,
give us a little spin, a little spin.
Yeah. if that's the song that's playing when the door opens, I'm okay with that.
The Wardens are
okay
just
with
like
that.
jamming out.
The Fifth Forge is a disco. You didn't realize that.
Fifth Forge is a Black Eyed Peas concert.
I'm in.
All right. So, when we left off, these incredible thick stone doors opened. Dust and debris falling. These doors hadn't been opened in 300 years. And beyond the doors is James's favorite, a hallway.
I thought you were going to say library.
We're almost there.
I thought you were going to say a
snap.
cloud of darkness.
It's that too.
All
It is
those
dark.
things are true.
It is a long, dark corridor. And the walls here are again that now familiar polished white stone.
So they-
But this
those
is
illuminated.
dark.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, does the glowing path continue all the way through?
No, it seemed to lead to this door. The door opened, and now you enter, and there are sconces on the walls for torches, mounts for torches, but there is no more glow after this point.
James, do you need a light source?
I It's probably dim with the lights coming from the walls. Am I able to see, like, 20 feet, 20, 30 feet in front of me, or?
Yeah, but if you guys would enter this area and walk down this corridor, it does get fairly dark down in here.
Meep also glows.
Oh, good.
That's true. Meep does glow.
Yes, let's keep her glowing at a nice, low level, and but I'll leave the real looking up to the rest of you. Thank you.
All right, so the 5 of you progress down this corridor, and again, you see these sconces, empty sconces for mounts for torches. And after considerable time walking, you arrive at a couple of sconces that actually have torches in them.
That are lit or not lit?
Not lit.
Is there a door or?
There's no door. It's just a strange difference that you note. If somebody wants to do a survival check on the torches,
I'll go.
Yep.
I'll go roll me a survival check. You have advantage from Forest Elf 86.
Thank you, Forest Elf. I'll take that.
Forest Elf 86 feels like the appropriate advantage for a survival check.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely. 21.
Good year for Forest Elves.
Yeah.
21. It is clear to you that these couple of torches that you've encountered were recently lit. Days or weeks ago, not years. This is, not recently lit in the sense of like minutes, but days or weeks, not years, which is strange because you suspect that these halls haven't been walked through in years, many
That's a little
years.
disconcerting.
Huh.
Yeah.
Should we
Are
take
there-
one?
Are there tracks?
No, not really, but that's just because there's not really tracks on these stone floors. It's remarkably sort of clean and tidy in here.
James, do you want one of these torches to see?
No, that's okay. No, that's all right. Let's continue to use meat for now, I think.
Well, and if they've been used, I wouldn't want to leave any. I'd like to leave the least evidence of us being here as we can.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, but it's disconcerting. Okay, let's keep moving.
All right, as you all continue moving down this corridor, you walk for a couple more minutes, perhaps. It's quite a ways, actually. And then you get to something even more surprising. A section of this hallway is broken. There is a giant hole torn in the side of the wall and part of the floor. Shattered tiles of white stone litter the ground. It looks like something busted through from the other side of this wall.
How
This
big?
This is bad. This is very bad.
How high is the ceiling in here?
It is higher than normal. It's equivalent to where you had walked. Well, that's not true. It's a little smaller than where you had been walking in because the complex at large was, 2 stories for most of the sections and even larger in the cavern. So, I would say it's probably, 13 feet. It's like a vaulted ceiling you would have in a house. Not quite regular house size. And it's very big for a dwarf structure, certainly.
Is it a warden-sized hole?
No.
Okay.
No, it is a hole in the wall from floor to ceiling, and the hole is, I would say, maybe 8-9 feet wide.
Can we see what's on the other side of the hole?
You certainly can if you want to go investigate it, Lily. You have advantage from
Around?
ages 13, countered by Grimfaded.
Oh.
Can I help her to give her advantage on that? as
You
well?
may.
I'll
So-
take your help. I need
Jeff,
your
is it
help.
still like stone floors or is it now dirt?
Well,
Oh my God.
Lily's going to find out what's beyond that. But in here is
I mean,
still
here,
all these
yeah.
polished stone floors. There's just a bunch of shattered ones on the ground.
Even with advantage, I got 11.
11?
Yeah.
You kind of poke your head through the hole and look at around it. And yes, it is dirt, rock, and mountain. It smells musty and damp. You look down and you see water, actually. Dampness. Even maybe an inch, not quite an inch of standing water. And all sides of this hole are damp and muddy, which seems really unlikely given how far into a solid mountain you're likely to be right now.
Right, a lava mountain. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Is the heat continuing on? Are we still in a hallway that is super hot?
Well, it's very warm. You are walking into the center of a volcano, so yes, it is very, very warm. Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense.
Does the water continue on down the hall that we're going down, or does that?
No, there seems to be some puddling around just right at the entrance of that hole, but most of the water is in among the dirt and rock of that hole, and the hole seems to have been almost bored. You know, it is a big, long tunnel, and Lily, as far as you can look, it continues, and with just a puddle of water in the center of it, trickling.
Is it a clean cut? Sorry, go ahead. I'll stop.
That's fair.
It is.
I'm just curious. Is it a clean cut? Is the edge clean?
No, it is rather jagged.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's good. I was just gonna say, does the water goes down into the hall but stops there?
So the hallway
Not in the hall, sorry, in the hole.
In
where
the
I'm
hole, in
looking
the tunnel, yeah.
The water is in there, or just in the concentrated at the where it.
No, it continues as far as you can see.
But it stops and it doesn't come into the hallway.
Correct.
Argo looks at James.
Is it Yanmo?
I was thinking Ertenfurt. I'm gonna jump into the hole and scoop up some of the water and smell it. What does it smell like?
It's musty and dirty. I mean, it's been sitting on this sort of muddy, rocky hole in the mountain.
Is it salt water or fresh water?
It is salt water.
Kitty likey.
I would have smelled that immediately.
It could be on.
Yeah, Lily would have noticed that. You're right. Lily would have noticed the salt in the water immediately.
You're
be
right,
on.
Argo. I think you're right, Argo.
I don't know. It could be Yanmo, or it could be you hide an inferno warden at the bottom of the ocean. What do you hide inside a volcano? The typhoon warden.
Right. The opposite.
Could be
I was
either
gonna
or
say
both.
treasure, but okay.
Come on, Argo. Come on.
Fine, you
Those are good
decide.
answers. Well,
Okay.
Jeff, another question. Does it appear that the hole... Is there any way for us to see that the hole is coming into the hallway or out of the hallway? Based on the way it's broken?
Like the way the tiles are strewn on the ground certainly looks like it came from the other side of the wall and broke through into the hallway.
But there is no sign of any water or any mud going either way.
That's not true. There is some moisture on that sort of edge, that lip there. There's some puddling around the ground on the tile right there. Yes.
Going towards the way we're walking, or coming back from the way.
Yeah, and if you look past it, you can sort of see some water and some drips that are still on the ground. Yeah.
Okay.
Where are we able to see where this hallway goes? So we're kind of at a fork, an unnatural fork because of this hole.
It's not really a fork, right? It's a hallway that goes one direction,
Right.
and then there's a hole in the side of it. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, but anyway, so we're not. Are we able to see the end of this hallway from where we are right now?
No.
What do we think? Do we
Well,
follow the
it seems like
hallway?
whatever
or
was
do we...
coming through that hallway came into here.
Yes, I think.
So I think we stay our course.
Yes, I agree.
If you had something that Yanmo owned, could you find him?
No. There are spells that you can do that sort of thing. I don't have access to them.
Well, just to let you know, we do.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Argo points to the trident on his back.
And if we know that the Ashen Mage or Yanmo or whoever we're going to find in here didn't get in the way that we just got in. Those doors hadn't been opened in a very long time, but those torches have been here quite recently. So maybe this was their way in.
Right.
Seems strange, though, to come in here and then put torches back there.
True.
Possibly. Maybe they were just seeing which way was which.
Yeah, they could have been thorough. You know, just guessing. Hey, let's go this
Yeah.
way. Oh, that's the
Right.
door. Let's go back that way.
It could
Right.
also be multiple parties.
True.
Could be.
We don't know.
Well, you gotta put that in my head now.
You brought up spies.
Don't, no, please.
We're even.
No more talk of spies.
So
That's just what a spy would
Yes,
say.
exactly.
Argo.
Spoken like a spy.
let's just assume worst case scenario, we're going to have to fight Yanmo and who knows what else. So let's be stealthy. And if any of you want to cast spells now would be the time to do it.
You say be stealthy like that's easy.
It is easy.
For you.
Sure.
No, I'm not
Last
ready
time
to
you were being stealthy, I sang about it and everyone got mad at me.
Just take off your shoes. It's
That's
easy.
it?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
I'm,
have the same calluses that you have in the bottom.
All right, are we moving forward?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Down
Okay.
the hallway, not the hole.
So as you continue
Being
down.
stealthy.
Yes. All right. If you want to roll stealth, you can.
I
Argo
do.
takes off
Okay.
his shoes.
Sid, why don't you roll me a stealthy of advantage from Red Robin?
Okay.
I'll be stealthy
I
as
think
well.
we're all
and try.
rolling
anyway.
stealth.
Oh, okay. James, you have advantage from Henda. Excuse me, Henda 001. I don't know what's going on with my throat today. Henda 001. Fajimo,
not-
you have advantage from God Killers 92, countered by Grimfaded. Argo, you have advantage from Gonf O Redwall. And Lily, you have advantage from Cosmic Lord 09, countered by Grimfaded.
Grim Lord.
Grimfaded. Cosmic Lord. Cosmic
Grimfaded.
Lord, Grimfaded.
Grimfaded got a lordship while we were away.
Grim Lord.
I wouldn't put it past
Cosmic Faded. Cosmic Faded.
There you go.
Okay.
I got a dirty 20.
All right.
Well,
So,
14.
anybody get below a 10?
I got exactly a 10.
All right. So you all managed to stay relatively quiet, and you move down this corridor a ways away as the hole behind you, and you see there is still some dampness on the ground, and you arrive at something else peculiar, perhaps alarming. Strewn all around this corridor, farther down, as if discarded, are spheres. Large, transparent, and littered about like useless shells. Empty bubbles piled haphazardly along the walls.
I'll go
Dude,
try.
look-
Like the ones that we saw at the bottom of the ocean.
They are exactly the same things
Wow.
that you saw at the
draws-
bottom of the sea in the deep reef. The same things that you saw Lily's family and other creatures were filling with body parts and loading into a tunnel behind the Inferno Warden.
Lily goes into a silent rage.
Argo definitely pulls his maul.
There's no way that that tunnel at the bottom of the deep reef could have led all the way here.
Well, it could have led to the shore, and then they could have burrowed underneath until they got here. Look, if they're using undead servants, they never need to rest. They never sleep. They just dig.
Right.
They're not servants, they're people.
Well, they
Right.
were people.
They're still people.
No,
They're just dead people.
correct.
Okay.
Oh, can we not talk about the people I loved like that, please?
Yes.
Well, we might
Right.
end up having to fight some of those people.
That's fine.
We'll see.
All right, you progress forward.
Yeah.
And you move past these discarded bubbles, empty bits of water still inside some of them, on the ground around them. And you continue forward until you reach a door.
How big of a door?
It is a very similar door to the ones that you walked through that had numbers on them. These sort of oaken double doors with lovely bits of metalwork on them as well.
I'll
No,
listen as per usual.
All right, you have advantage from Red Robin.
Thank you, Red Robin.
no
Natural
range.
20.
All right. You put your ear to the door and you don't hear any movement or anything alarming beyond the door.
Nothing.
Okay. Let's keep moving.
All right. You open the door and you see a hallway. In fact,
Jeff
is
is just
hallway.
taunting us at this point.
And I almost did it. I almost used Ghostly Gaze, but I didn't.
We need to download a mod that'll just get rid of all hallways in this.
We can check out this very hallway in the map room. In fact,
Uh-oh.
we'll transition
Why am I
to
worried about that?
the stained glass of the beautiful map room, and it will
I know what I'm supposed to do here.
pivot down to a hallway. And you see out in front of you again this white stone floor, and
Bubbles.
there are bubbles. There are a couple of these spheres that you passed strewn about in here as well. On the left-hand side of this room is a set of stairs. On the right-hand side of this room is a set of stairs. And directly in front of you to the south is another doorway.
No runes on the doorway in front of us?
Correct.
Argo, can you figure out which way they went?
Tracks.
Yeah.
All the tracks.
Jeff, I look at the floor. I assume it's probably clean like the rest of the stone area.
It
here?
is, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to track them. The stone is clean and
It would be like trying to find tracks on tile, you know?
Right.
There's no water or moisture or anything like
There
that.
is some. There's some around puddled around these bubbles, but there's no real way to. There's no tracks. You definitely see. It looks like there's been movement around all through here, but it's hard to get any sense of where or when or who or what.
If this is structured like what was outside Forge number 2, I think it was, with the two kind of ancillary forges off to either side. I mean, maybe that's what those are, pointing up to the stairs.
Jeff, I'm gonna walk up and touch one of the bubbles.
That's what Argo is going to do at the same time. Exactly.
Great minds.
They are smooth. They are the same kind of strange conjuration that you recall seeing. I think a couple of you, I can't remember who, got inside or touched or felt. So they are identical to these spheres that you saw at the bottom of the deep reef.
Mm-hmm. But like our hands like go through them and.
Yes, they have a unique quality, and you remember this in the deep reef as well. They could be entered or exited with an action, with an intention, but yet they still seem to hold out water, for example, like you saw at the deep reef.
Jeff, I'm going to flip them all on the other side and try to stab one of these bubbles with the shark.
The shark tooth.
The shark tooth.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it goes right through, and you can enter it as you do it. It doesn't seem to pierce or break. Doesn't pop. Yeah, they're very resilient.
Shall we do one of the two smaller chambers first?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, east or west?
I like east.
Fine by me.
All right.
Preference.
You move all to your left, which is the east side of the room, and you climb the stairs. And at the top of those stairs is, you guessed it, ladies and gentlemen,
A door.
A
hallway? A hallway.
hallway.
With more doors.
Yes, a door to the north and a door to the south.
And a dead end in front, yes.
Correct.
I'll go and listen at some doors, I guess.
I'll go listen at the other door.
All right, give me some perception checks, y'all. We got advantage from Red Robin for Civ, advantage from Uncle CW for Argo.
Another nat 20.
Nice.
All right. You're at the north door, Civ, and you're at the south door? Okay.
Sure.
Natural 20 on the north door. You hear nothing to the north. Argo, what did you roll?
17.
17. To the south door, you hear strange noises indeed.
Sounds like an animal in there, maybe. I think
animal?
maybe kobold.
Uh-oh.
Let's
Sounds
go.
like that. Sounds
Let's
like
go. Let's go this way first, then.
Okay.
Well, James could look through that one if we needed to, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Do
but
you wa-
I'll only be able to do that once a short rest, so let's hold for now. Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna knock an arrow, crouch down low, open the door, and push it open while still crouching with the arrow knocked.
This is the north door or the south door?
North.
North.
Okay. You crouch down, knock an arrow, and you push open the door, which is not locked, and it creaks open. And you see a couple of tables, a couple of chairs around each of those tables, stairs leading down to sort of empty shelving down below.
Does it look like there were books there at one point?
It does look like it does look like this is a reading room.
No papers or anything on the desks.
That's correct.
We're in an archive. Archives are like private libraries.
I'm going to go down to where the shelves are at. I want to see, are there dust divots or patterns where books were, as if something was taken?
I will help him with that. I'm very familiar with shelves.
All right.
Did you take that
It's my
skill?
job.
Civ, give me an investigation roll from with
Maybe
advantage from Red Robin.
I'll let James do it. This is
All right,
his
James.
thing.
Then your advantage is from Subutai the Smithy.
Thank you, Subutai. 11. Rolling well.
It does look like something used to be here, but it's hard for you to tell how long ago and what. I mean, clearly there are bookshelves, and it looked like there could have been maybe perhaps books here, but there's nothing now.
None of the shelves are labeled like with like with any kind of categorizing system. Okay.
Nope.
There's a Dewey Decimal System here. And the next riddle is to categorize all of these books.
Exactly.
You screwed up.
Beamon's gonna go listen at the door of where the creature is and do an investigation check to try and figure out what kind of creature it is.
Okay. You have advantage from Armando 89.
Thank you. Oof. Oh no! It was so bad. I rolled a 5 and a 1.
I'm rolling terribly.
You're-
But
It's hard to tell through a door.
10?
It's hard to
Wait.
tell through a door. You're not going to be able to
13.
identify a creature. What?
13, actually. My investigation is +8.
I think on the other side of a door,
Dang.
investigating, you're trying to figure it out, but it's hard to. There's definitely something in there. That you can be sure of.
Maybe a hodgepodge.
Okay, did it sound like a hodgepodge or did it sound like something else?
What does a hodgepodge sound like?
It had a lot of mouths.
I did not hear.
No, it did not sound like a hodgepodge.
I heard.
Okay.
Sound like
It does sound like kobold. Yes, now that you've done that, it does sound like a kobold.
All right.
Maybe
Very
rat.
good impression, Ogden.
Thank you.
I don't think there's anything here in this reading room, so
So it's probably guarding something.
maybe.
And
We'll ju-
is that worth?
If
Well,
it is a
purified or not?
kobold, we shouldn't kill it because we can
Right.
question it.
Yes.
Right.
All right, great. Let's do it.
And then after
wait,
we question it, we kill
often.
it.
Well, what's our plan to not kill it, but question it?
Let's try to have that attitude more often.
Argo can just grab it and hold on to it. It's a kobold.
Okay, so
We're
yes,
guessing, but yes.
And if for whatever reason it escapes his grapple, let's have
Then-
a backup plan. So
I could just
that-
knock it out. I don't have to kill it. I can not crush its skull. I could just
Well,
give
I'm
it a
just
concussion.
saying if it's like a sneaky little guy and it gets out of your grasp and
Not
you
gonna
can't get
happen.
it. Okay. Well, I'm just trying to come up with a plan B because sometimes we get in situations where we have good intentions, but then
Is the sun gonna
Crazy.
explode tomorrow?
We will.
are you a
We'll
spy?
aim. We'll aim to stun, not aim to kill.
Correct. That's what I was saying. I'd give a concussion,
Okay.
not crush skull. No.
Okay.
What was that? Never mind. Never
My
mind.
whole point is
All right, are we
if
opening the
Ogden
door?
misses
Yes.
it.
Are we opening the door?
Yes.
Yep, here we
Yes.
All of us will aim to stun.
All right. So, Argo opens the door. I'm guessing is the person who's opening, or Civ, or
Yeah.
somebody.
And men.
Yeah. Did you rage?
No, I don't rage. I just
Okay.
scream as I go in.
All right, so you open the door, and the door opens into a small chamber with a number of stairs leading down. At the center of that chamber is a pentagram on the floor. In the center of that pentagram is a demon.
Oh!
I think the map room has. Right there it is.
That's not
Definitely
a
kobold. Definitely a kobold.
That's not a kobold.
This is a strange room indeed, in the sense that this pentagram is not native to this room. This pentagram was drawn on the tiled floor, and it appears to you standing in the doorway that this demon is trapped inside this pentagram. It is it seems to be unable to move outside the confines of this circle on the ground with a drawn pentagram inside it.
Argo, stop. Argo, do not take another step.
Okay, Jeff.
Just so you know, I do not take the same liking to demons as I do other creatures. They are driven by hatred and selfishness.
It's good information.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Religion check? What kind of demon?
What kind of demon? He asks.
What school of magic?
Roll me a religion check.
Also, how far away is it? Asking all your favorite questions.
Roll me a religion check. It is advantage from Uncle CW.
Thank you, Uncle CW, for 17.
Looks like a fiend. Looks like a fiend.
All right, listen. If that thing is trapped inside that circle, if we break the circle, it's possibly that the spell could be released and it could attack us and try to kill us. So don't break the circle. Everyone understand?
Agreed.
Hello.
Fajimo, roll me a history check. You have advantage from J-Lo Fett.
Yeah, Jeff, Argo says, hello. Talking to you, thing in circle.
Does anyone speak demon?
21.
Yes, I
21.
You?
Fema,
I
you
speak
immediately recall. There's a familiarity. You immediately recall drawing this or attempting to draw this same symbol at one point.
From the book.
Inside, it was drawn on the floor. Inside
In the tower?
Tower.
the spell tower of the Ashen Mage.
Hang
The
on.
same symbol.
What else is in this room, Jeff?
There's a table and a chair and a book on that table. There are a couple of cabinets on the west side, but they seem to be empty and also kind of broken.
Jeff, Argo kind of side glances at James and says in deep speech,
Tell me your name.
Speaking to James, right?
speaking to the demon. I side look at James when I do that.
Oh, I see.
I don't speak deep speech, but
There is the demon goes.
Well, I know his name now.
What is it?
Yes,
Honestly,
most demons have names that sound like that.
That's what
That
it's-
suits him. It suits his personality, and I
Yeah.
think it was the correct choice.
James, can you get that book, please?
yes.
With your-
I'll mage hand over to the book.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you say the book was? I'm sorry.
On that table on the eastern side.
Yes. All right, I'll send Digit over there.
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Get inside.
All right. Digit emerges from you, goes over, plucks the book off the table, and brings it back. It does seem to be a book that is all about conjuring a lesser demon. Something that perhaps James would be very familiar with seeing.
Well, James, what does it say?
It's a spell. It's specifically the spell for conjuring lesser demons.
Why would someone want to
might-
do that?
Oh, good. Burn that right away.
Any number of reasons, but maybe it has some sort of knowledge. Hello. Hello.
In Abyssal, you hear, James, you hear,
Kill, destroy, burn, rip the soul, devour.
You will hear James speak in Abyssal quiet. You will just hear, you've never heard me speak Abyssal before, but you will hear a sound in Abyssal come out that says to it, quiet. This is a creature.
Does it get quiet when he says that?
yep.
Wow.
This is a creature of destruction. It's here to kill, it's here to ravage and destroy.
It seems to respect you.
Why is it here? Can you ask it?
It was summoned.
For what
Who brought
purpose?
you here? Who brought you here? Ashen Mage? Why? Why are you trapped here?
Release down symbols.
James, when was it summoned?
How long?
Uncertain. Who knows? Kill, destroy, rend, eat from, devour.
Uncertain.
Okay. So we don't know why it was summoned.
It's the first time I've had a conversation in Abyssal, by the way. That's new for me. That was very strange.
It sounded very natural.
No, that's I'm not going to take that as a compliment.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. It's.
I'm looking right at James. Why do you know Abyssal?
Because it's the language of Shothradot, and it's the language of his book. This book, the book I've shown you, is written in Abyssal. I've told you I can summon demons.
I'm slowly closing the door. Somebody...
Well, I don't know if there's much information to be gained from this little thing.
Could we kill it?
I think it would only wound us, wear us down. I think we should leave it.
I think we should leave it.
There is an open cave not far from here that goes to the surface. If this thing is ever released by the symbol, we will be responsible for unleashing it on the world.
Good point.
I agree with Argo.
Can we not seal it in?
I agree with Argo, but I will also say we probably have a much bigger fight coming.
Can you banish it?
We don't need to use our resources now if we...
Well, I can banish it with my maul if you wish.
No, Argo, it's too dangerous to go inside that circle.
And it's too dangerous not to do anything about this thing.
I will fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at the demon.
Okay.
Well, the door's closed, so are you going to open the door and then do that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were in the room.
No, you guys are in the hallway. You opened the door, saw a demon, had a conversation with the demon, and then
I misunderstood. I thought you were closing the door behind us.
He shoots 2 Eldritch Blasts at the door.
Then literally, yeah, you will see me walking into that room ready to kill it.
What I can do is melt the metal on the hinges and sort of try to seal it in so it's a bit harder for it to get out. Although whoever's releasing it would get in somehow.
What does book say?
The book is for conjuring. It's
There's no way to unconjure?
That's actually a good point. Is there something in the book that tells you how to unsummon it?
If there is a spell, I mean, unsummon isn't really a thing. And normally they expire, these spells. They run out. But maybe this thing, this symbol on the floor, is holding it here longer, and it doesn't seem to know how long it's been here. Normally, give me a moment. Summon lesser demon. It lasts for an hour. This thing's been here for more than an hour, I would guess.
But if the symbol goes away, which we don't know how it got there, and if it could go away, then it could release it as well, right?
Not immediately. It would still have enough time to try to attack us.
No, I know, but I'm saying if we leave it,
yes,
it's more motivation for us to take care of it.
We're kind of...
Yeah. Anything in Orcish religion on how to make demons go away or how to unsummon them? Or...
I mean, there are traditions and old wives' tales type of information, but nothing that you would, I think, bank on as being a tried and true remedy. I think the Orcish way to make a demon go away is to smash the demon.
Yeah. That's it.
So we're kind of at a moral quandary here because I imagine we will come across many creatures we don't want to exist and that could do harm if they're released. I think we're in the thick of it now, so I'm not saying we shouldn't kill it, I'm not saying we should, but I think that's something we should think about.
I'm fine killing it.
And I think we should leave it.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Argo goes into the room.
Yeah,
Jeff, are there cabinets there?
Yeah, they're empty and broken.
Okay.
Okay.
And there's nothing else on the table either?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll poke my head in to make sure that there's nothing else in that room that I'm missing.
That's
and
correct.
Kind of snaking my way around it.
Maybe it's an alarm. If it's vanquished, maybe it will alert whoever cast it. There's someone here.
Why would you bring a demon to the world and keep it trapped like this?
That's a good
For what
question.
reason?
This might not be the only one that she brought about.
Well, maybe perhaps what we should do, as much as I'm in favor of taking care of it, is we should bookmark the demon. Check out what else there is to offer within this area. There's many more doors and hallways.
Yeah.
And then, before we leave, do the responsible thing and take care of all of the things that need to be taken care of.
Right, bookmark a demon.
Agreed.
As in, like, flatten him into a bookmark.
We could
Sure.
do that later.
Yeah.
All right, so we're moving on. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Do we want to melty the door, or what do
Yeah.
you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Fajima,
We'll do that.
you conjure fire in your hands. You bring your very fingertips to an incredible level of heat, and you press your hands against the metal fixtures of the door, and you feel them start to melt after. It takes several minutes standing there, concentrating, heating up the metal, and you see it start to melt and form together into a hardened state that fuses the door to its hinge.
Argo leans over to Civ.
I'm telling you.
Although,
What?
don't
I
say
wasn't
it.
saying nothing. I wasn't saying nothing.
All right, where to next?
Let's
To the
go
west.
other-
Yeah.
All right,
west side.
the other stairway?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys walk down the stairs and up through the stairway there, and you enter a door and find, you'll never guess,
A hallway.
Oh, wait.
a hallway. There is a door to the north and a door to the south in this hallway.
Who knew dwarves were so into hallways?
Hey man, how else are you gonna get from place to place?
Right.
Hallways.
North first.
They should have called this place the Halls of the Hollowed Hallways.
I'm gonna listen at a door because that's what I do.
All right, you have advantage from Red Robin, and is it the north or south door?
North.
All right,
18.
you hear nothing.
Great.
I'll listen at the south door.
You have advantage from Funky G Macman, countered by Grimfaded.
What is it?
Perception.
Perception?
Perception, yes.
Ooh, thank you. 17.
You also hear nothing.
This
Same
is
thing.
very quiet.
Okay. Same thing as before. Crouch, knock an arrow, open the door, staying crouched.
North or south?
North. I'm the
Okay.
north door.
The north door opens, and you see a lovely sort of balcony section that leads downstairs into another reading room with chairs and tables, all empty, all barren.
Civ, are we clear over there?
Yes, same as before. Looks like it's been looted already.
All right, and I'm gonna follow in Civ's footsteps, knock an arrow on my giant crossbow,
Love it.
and open
Bolt,
the door.
yeah, a bolt it would be.
No,
Yeah.
she calls it an
A
arrow.
bolt.
She
Yeah,
calls it an
she can call
arrow.
it. She can call it whatever
She's
she
still
wants.
learning.
Call it an arrow. It's called an arrow.
Yeah, I love it. She can go whatever she wants. And you crack the door open, and as you open it, you see another balcony over here with a stairway down. And in that room are
Bubbles.
dozens and dozens and dozens of bubbles around a long wooden table. It is absolutely full of bubbles, just completely wall to wall covered, as if they've been jammed in here.
Can we see the door down there at the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah, that door leads back through to the reading room on the other side. It goes
Gotcha.
underneath back to the other side.
Bubbles.
Right. Lots of bubbles. Can I poke my head inside of one of the bubbles and take a big whiff, a big smell? Do I smell corpse? Do I smell body parts?
it smells awful in them.
Yeah. I pull my head back out. Yes, these contained people. Finger
Yeah.
quotes.
People.
Dead people.
James is
Right.
distracted. James is distracted, and I think I'm gonna go into that room to the north and just sit on the floor and pull out the slumbering abyss again, real quick.
All right.
Your absence does not go unnoticed by Fajimo.
Bye.
All right. What are we doing
James.
next?
I think he needs a moment to try to figure out what's going on with the demon creature in the other room.
What? I'm trying to figure out how to summon one.
That's not what I'm doing.
I'm going to go listen at the door to the
That's
south.
just what somebody who was gonna summon a demon would say. also a spy.
The distrust.
Wait,
Distrust.
what?
Is there anything, Jeff? Is there anything in the book? So again, I'm looking for that, and any further mention of that symbol that we saw on the obelisk underneath the lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking for all appearances of that in the book, and I'm looking if there's any sign of the sun and the moon symbol that were above it on that same obelisk.
You definitely see numerous appearances of that symbol that we saw that was sort of a plane bisected that looked like a joining of a crescent and a circle bisected by a dark line. You don't see any suns or moons in your book, and you don't see any of the symbol that you saw on the floor over there.
Okay.
While this is happening, I'm gonna go sneaky to the door to the south, and thank you.
Thank you.
And listen at that door.
I think I just ruined my white balance.
You look so much warmer now, Jeff.
I know.
You do.
You got an
Actually,
insta tan.
I actually think it
That
was
is the,
great.
That is the magic of that symbol. It's bronzer. It's the bronzer symbol.
You look great now.
I
It's
know.
just
I
a
should've done that
demon
long ago.
bronzer I picked up at the store. It's not a
Guys, I
problem.
really need to white balance this before we start. All right. So I'm sorry, Civ. You said you're gonna go back to this door.
Yeah,
Listening?
sneaky to the south, and do my typical listen.
You
Feel
have
at the
advantage
door.
from Red Robin on your perception check at the door.
Thank you, Red Robin.
Yum.
Oof. 11.
You don't hear anything moving or worrisome through the door.
No heat, no like riding across the top of the door, none of that jazz. Okay.
Nope.
All right, I'm just gonna hang out there and wait for everybody then.
All right.
I don't like being around those bubbles, so I leave that room and I'll go hang out. I'll be ready for at the next door.
Argo is keeping an eye out on James.
Did we say? I'm sorry. That door in the bubble room. That door below the main.
Yeah, it
door.
leads through to the bottom of that reading room on the other. Connected. You can
Got
actually
it.
walk underneath the elevated hallway there. That makes sense?
Yes.
We did a search in that room, right? There's nothing in there.
Correct.
James,
Yes.
are you coming?
Yes. If she's playing with demons, remember there was a demon in the chest that we found inside the tower. She's aligned herself with the sun dragon, and she's playing a lot with demons.
Yes.
And blood magic.
And the dead.
And the dead.
I can only imagine what awaits us.
I'm gonna guess the dead and blood magic.
And demons.
Yeah, that as well.
Maybe all three.
Put
Are
together.
you all guessing? Are you saying what she's did, and then you're just saying that's what we're gonna see?
A little bit of
Yes.
both, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that too.
Yeah.
I have
Should
a
we
lot of
move on?
questions. Yes.
Well, I'm here to answer them if I can help.
I don't think you can. I appreciate it though.
Right.
So once everybody gets down there to that door, I'm gonna do the same thing where I crouch down with a knocked arrow and slowly open it.
All right.
I'm
You
following everybody. Yeah.
knock an arrow, you crouch down, and you push open the door. It is unlocked. Big oaken doors push open in front of you. And what you see in front of you is a large round room.
Oh boy.
And the first thing you notice isn't the smell. Is erected in the center of this big round room is a tall model of interlocking globes.
Like the planetarium
large-
thing, yeah.
Bulbous center globe and 8 smaller spheres attached to metal supports that orbit it. And yes, nearly identical to the apparatus you saw at the top of the spell tower in Winkberg. Around the
what-
periphery of this room, around the circumference of this round room, are bookshelves all the way around it for really almost 3/4 of the circumference of the circular room. Bookshelves, and then a swooping staircase that leads upstairs. Bookshelves up there as well. Directly south, straight ahead of you, is another exit underneath that balcony. But these bookshelves are labeled. And there is a lot of them, and there are books on them. Most of it has been picked through. There are not a lot of books. Clearly, at one time, this was packed with tomes. But it seems to have been picked through, some of them leaning on their sides, some of them disheveled, kind of left haphazardly here and there. But there are different sections that are labeled.
Okay.
There is
Like
a
what?
section labeled strategy and leadership. There is a section labeled magic. There is a section labeled art. And upstairs, there seems to be a section labeled science.
Is there anything in the magic section?
Yes.
What do all those words say?
That one says strategy, and that's magic, and that's art, and up there is science.
Written
Yeah, the
comment?
strange thing that you notice, James and Civ, you were able to read it, is that it is not in Dwarvish. It's in common.
And
But this room-
it's in common, Argo, just so you know.
Oh, that I figured. I
Right.
see the common letters, but I don't know what they say. So you said that one says science?
Up top, yes.
Upstairs.
Great, Jeff.
Jeff Uggo goes up to the top where the science section is,
All
just
right.
to take a look at what books are there.
So the interesting thing about the upstairs section is that there is this long table with chairs around it that is on this balcony. The back wall has books on it. Some, not a lot of them. Again, picked over like the rest of the bookshelves. But there is one book open on the table on that reading section. And there's also several books on the shelves.
I'll go over to the one on the table.
All right.
There's a book here that's open.
Fajimo
Okay.
will run up and join him.
All right.
Argo, what is it?
This book here was open on this page right here.
Fajima, looking at it, you see that it seems to be a book all about the model below. Overlooking on that balcony, standing looking out over that model below. This book seems to be a key describing all of the moving parts of this intricate model, this large bulbous globe and these smaller spheres that can move all around it. This apparatus, the suspension of on these metal rods where the things can rotate and move, just like you remember in the spell tower in Winkberg, where you walked up on that section and you moved things, and it could be modular. You could take things off and put things on.
And the last one we didn't have to figure out, right? It was already set at to look right at the top of Sky Scorcher Peak.
That was a telescope. This is a model.
Right.
Oh,
Right.
The telescope you actually did have to move to the right section, but that was a telescope that was at the top of the spell tower. There was also this strange model with spheres that could move, and you didn't glean much from that model at that time, but you did observe it. You moved it. You saw that it had modular parts that could be taken off and put it back on.
Jeff,
Yeah,
is it a
what-
picture that's clearly that model in the room?
Yes, and it seems to be broken down. It is an illustration, and it seems to definitely correspond to different sections of that model, labeling them quite clearly. There's no doubt in your mind that you are looking at something that corresponds to what that large. It takes up a large section of the room. This huge model below you.
If my notes are correct, we weren't able to identify any of the planets or whatever they were on the model at the top of the Ashen Mage's Tower. So this is new.
Yeah, so
Fajimo,
Fajima, you are able to read this quite clearly. It is in common.
what is the big one? I see it here on the page, and I see it there on the statue. What does it say?
Yeah, can Uggo and Fahima start to decipher what they do? Maybe Uggo can, I don't know, go down to the model and move things around as she's describing it to figure out how it works.
Well, Fahima, you look down at the page and you correspond and you say, oh, you want to look at the center, that sort of bulbous center section, or the things rotating around it?
Center, right?
Big one.
Okay, the center section. You look down and you look at the model and you look down, and it is very clear that center sort of bulbous shaped spheroid in the center is referred to by a word that you have never really heard before. And the word is nucleus. And it seems to be composed of two other words that you've never seen before: protons and neutrons.
Okay.
Wow.
And the surrounding bulbs?
The 8 spheres are all labeled with the same word. Yet another word that you've never heard before: electrons.
You said there's 8 of them?
Yep.
Cool. I believe that's Ron. I believe that's probably helium, if he remembers correctly.
That's incorrect.
No, is it not helium?
You got that right. That would have been
Carbon?
crazy.
Carbon.
No. That's also
Jeff,
incorrect.
I'm gonna
Are we guessing elements now?
I'm gonna start picking through
Einsteinium.
I'm gonna start picking through the bookshelves, looking for any books that look expensive.
That's the thing. They all look expensive. It's an extraordinary thing. You've never seen anything bound like these books are bound. They are bound in a way that is precise, crisp, beautiful. Yes, some of them are cast aside, knocked over, but the bindings, and James, you had the same observation. You've lived in a library. You've never seen books bound like this. It's extraordinary. It's gorgeous. They're beautiful. It has all of your librarian senses tingling. The only book that you've ever seen with a binding as gorgeous as this is a book called The Heroes of the Ariad Age. The other thing you notice, Civ and James, is that all of these books seem to have the same author. They are all written by someone named Onivrius the Keen.
Onivrius the Keen.
Well, this is happening. Jeff Lilly is just walking forward and looking up at this giant
Model.
in the middle of the room, just kind of in awe.
Yeah, it's huge and magnificent above your head. You, who are the shortest of the team, walking underneath it, this bulbous spheroid shape with these intricate smaller things. They seem to be in different orbitals. There seems to be different shell layers as it moves out from the interior of that center point. They can 2 at a time rotating, and then 2 more rotating.
Onivrius the
Just
Keen.
mesmerized.
Onivrius the Keen doesn't mean anything to James, does it?
No, it does not.
I'm gonna be looking through the magic section. Like, what are these? Are these spell books, or are these just on the subject of magic, or what are we looking at?
You see 3 titles that catch your eye. Again, all of them written by Onivrius the Keen.
Mm-hmm.
And James saying that name out loud, does that mean anything to Fahima?
It does not.
Okay.
The 3 titles that catch your eye are The Weave, Magical or Misunderstood. Limits of the Arcane, Pushing at the Edge of What's Impossible. And Plainer Speaking, A Journey Beyond.
I'm going to pull out the plainer speaking book and just what's the quality of the writing? Like, is this
Extraordinary. just a cursory glance makes it seem like a very, very high-level mind at work. The prose is eloquent. The ideas, even just looking at the first few sentences, it's clear that this is very insightful and remarkable to you.
Civ,
Yes.
bring me the bag of holding. We're taking as many of these as we can.
I've
Good
already
idea.
started pocketing them, actually.
Fajimo, can you tell me what the books here under the science designation say?
Jeff, what are the science books?
You see a couple of books that catch your eye. One is called Experiments with Lightning, Charge, and Conductivity. And the other is called Either Or, Elements and Their Null States. And the or is spelled O-R-E.
Huh. Oh.
I want to take a look through the experiments with lightning, just flip through it and see if I can find anything on that thunderbolt jump spell.
Yeah, Argo is clearly very interested in what she's doing.
I'll kind of transcribe it.
You flip to a section at random and you start reading, Fajima. You read, when the resistivity of a material has a directional component, the most general definition of resistivity must be used. It starts from the tensor vector form, which relates the electric field inside a material to the electric current flow. The equation is completely general, meaning it is valid in all cases, including those mentioned above. However, this definition is the most complicated, so it is only directly used in inostrophic cases where the more simple definitions cannot be applied. If the material is not inostrophic, it is safe to ignore the tensor vector definition and use a simpler expression.
Pods, it's like school all over again.
What do you guys find up there?
I didn't realize that you were speaking a different language until just now.
I was speaking common, and these words are very big, difficult for me to understand as well.
What is the book about?
Anisotropic is what I was trying to say.
Anisotropic lightning.
Lightning, like the lightning that Ertenfurt used.
Possibly.
Either or. Like the ores that we have from the forges. The elemental... pull that one down. Let's have a look at that one.
Fajima, as you pull either or, elements and their null states down, you see that it is similarly densely written, but there seem to be some illustrations for a number of compounds, substances that look exactly like those you looted from the golems. You see a marbled green and gray substance labeled Prytanium. You see a charred red and blue substance labeled Ignium. You see a substance with shades of blue and yellow-green labeled Orichalcum. And you see a transparent orb with swirling purples and blues and blacks labeled Spark Glass.
Wow.
Jeff, while I'm looting strategy, leadership, art, and I guess that's it, just those, do I notice any titles that pop out to me or no?
Yes. In the strategy and leadership section, you see a book entitled The Battle of Many Mountains, an Analysis and Critique. You see a book entitled Inspiration, Coercion, and Manipulation, Leading Warriors to Their Doom. In the art section, you see a book entitled Ein's Second Renaissance, The Great Masters. You see another book entitled Earthenware, Stoneware, and Porcelain, A Study. You see another book entitled The Art of the Cunning, Masks, Deception, and Lies.
This is incredible.
Yes, what worries me more than anything is the books that are not here.
Right.
If these are the ones that were left and are obviously very valuable, what was taken?
Right.
Is there obvious areas where books were taken?
Yes.
Right. I think, I mean, what we're dealing with here is a cachet of probably more knowledge from before the War of Ideas than exists maybe anywhere in Ein.
Does any of these books help us understand this?
That was my next question.
Structure.
Yes. Fajimo, is there anything in about this structure? Is there anything to be done? Is there any sort of alignment or something that is there something a key to this?
Beyond naming what each piece is, is there a diagram of instructions on how to make it move, or?
No, but it seems pretty easy to make it move. You can walk right up to it and push things and move things. They seem to be rigged in such a way that they slide effortlessly along very set pathways. And the book that you saw that had the labeling, you turn and look at it, and it is also written by Onivrius the Keen. It is called The Atom.
The Atom.
I haven't heard any of these words. Nucleus, protons, neutron.
Does anyone know who Anevrius is?
Nope.
No, and I'm wondering if it's possibly an anagram.
Well, it was before the War of Ideas, so it's all been erased.
Something about this has been intentionally forgotten. Maybe Onivrius was the one who came up with the ideas of creating the wardens, like with the ore, the elemental ore that you're talking about, or was the one who created this weapon
Right.
that needs
That's
to
what I
have
was
been hidden
thinking.
away.
Especially if we're dealing with chemicals and science.
Maybe this is the weapon.
I don't
Jeff,
think-
you said there's a door that leads out of this room,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
Is there anything else in this room besides the shelves, the table, and the model?
No.
And that door. That's
The
it.
spell scrolls
Correct.
on the table. Casual.
I'm gonna
No.
go listen at that door.
I'm gonna just take a quick peek through the art section.
You have advantage from Funky G-Mac Man. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say Lily will take a quick peek through the art section if there's anything that catches her eye.
So I mentioned the art section has books entitled Ein's Second Renaissance, The Great Masters, Earthenware, Stoneware, and Porcelain, A Study, and the Art of the Cunning, Masks, Deception, and Lies. Which one would you like to look at?
I'll take that one.
I'll hand them over to you because I would have looted them and put them in the bag of holding. So when I see you go to that section, I'll take those books out and hand them to you.
So which one are you browsing?
The Deception and Lies.
Okay. So this one, looking through it, again, it would take real study to discern any kind of great,
Knowledge.
yes, a great understanding of what's happening. But a cursory look at it, this seems to be a first-person account of a journey into an underworld filled with criminals and cheats. Gonzo journalism wrapped in beautiful prose. The author describes a dangerous period of time learning how to swindle and con.
I'll go.
Yeah.
This is everything we need to know about spies.
Wow.
Maybe you and I, when we have downtime, whenever that is, we should read this as like a bedtime story.
Yeah. Then I can be a spy.
Right. Or we can, learn how to be better at that.
Yeah, spying.
Okay.
I will have
just had an
started.
idea, and I'm curious. The War of Ideas was so long ago.
Yes?
Well, we just figured out a puzzle riddle to get into this place.
Yes?
I think these books are the treasure.
Perhaps.
And if you have a War of Ideas, it makes sense that if you want to protect something, the information probably is the weapon.
Yes. That's a good point.
That's why I want to know more. That's why I want to learn. Because I learned from all of you that knowledge is power.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Well, we have the books now, and we don't know what this structure does, but we know it must be important.
Fajimo will start to kind of move the pieces around before we take off out of this room of the
The model?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic while this is going on.
Okay.
But yes.
Fajima, do any of those
while Sid's
open?
looking at the door.
Fajima, you are looking at this book, and you are looking at this model, and you are processing what you are observing in relation to the model and the description of how everything seems to fit together and move together. And you are looking at this book about the ores that you have all looted. Roll me an Arcana check. You have advantage from J-Lo Fett.
Thank you. Wow, this die is being bad. That is 26.
Nice.
My other was a natural one.
Okay. Well, you got lucky that you got advantage. You should
I know.
be very
Thank
grateful.
you. I am grateful.
So, 26. A bit of a revelation occurs to you. You are filtering this information about this sort of work. And you're reading in this book a section, in the section about ore, reading, metal consists of a lattice of atoms, each with an outer shell of electrons that freely dissociate from their parent atoms and travel through a positive ionic lattice. This sea of dissociable electrons allows the metal to conduct electric current. You're thinking about that and you're processing it through your education in the arcane. And you're relating these things and bridging the gap between new information and old information, and looking at these materials, this ore, and how it is labeled in this book and what it seems to indicate this ore can do. You notice that these ores are combinations, that they work at odds with one another in a constant state of agitation, fighting against themselves. And you start to think about the spells that you know and you've learned and how elemental magic works. And you start to believe that with enough study, this book, you may be able to apply some of these principles using these metals that you have, these ores that you've acquired. You may be able to apply some of these principles to the conjuration of your own elementals. You may be able to form them in ways that you did not think were possible, to create new kinds of elementals that live in a null state, that are the anti-elementals, nullimentals, elementals that defy the true elemental state that they are fighting against. And you believe that you could actually infuse that quality into a creation that you conjure forth.
Liam, are you okay? Your mouth just hit the floor and your eyes are real big.
One moment. There's
Lily!
great information in
Yes?
this book that I need to.
I think Fahima's about to faint. You may want to come over here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Fine. Okay, I could just use a little, just my hand on your shoulder.
Yeah. Here you go. Just
Yeah,
Oh, you're
why don't you
warm.
just take a seat? Fajima, just sit down.
This book contains information that could be very, very useful. How long of study is Fajima estimating that she would need?
It would probably be at least a couple of hours to get a rudimentary understanding of it, but there's so much information here. There's so much knowledge that it just all seems to fit. It all seems to make sense. Like, why wouldn't you be able to do this? Especially now that you actually have the substance in your hand. You actually can reference the real material. You don't have to rely on this illustration. You don't have to rely on this description. You can actually experiment, create, and form, drawing from the energies already existing. You see these null states in the ores right in front of your eyes. How, of course, you can harvest, manifest, and manipulate that same energy into a being that you can conjure forth. Why not? You can do it with fire, you can do it with ice, you can do it with smoke. You should be able to do it with this substance as well.
This helps me understand that I can do something beyond what I thought was my limit. I thought I could only use fire and the sort of elements that are around me, but this will help me create something that the world hasn't seen before, or at least not for a very long time.
What do you mean?
Nullimentals, and I'll just sort of explain what Jeff just so eloquently explained.
What you're able to convey to Lily as she asks is this idea that every element has a null state. And that's what seems to be captured inside these ores. It's why they sort of battle, and which why it seems so clear. It's why these golems were able to attack with a fusion of different types of damage.
So is the result a fusion of two elements, or is it something that will be the opposite of another element and nullify?
It is an unelement. It is the null state. It is the inverse of the element. It's not a different element. It is the negative on a picture. You see a picture and you see the negative of the picture. That's what it is, the electron to the proton.
So if I conjured an elemental to fight a fire elemental, what would happen?
It would be nullimental fire. And it would do both fire and cold damage, because fire nulls to cold. But it would have certain other properties as well.
Fajimo,
Which would... Yeah? Yes?
you said this is ore?
Mm-hmm.
So could you recreate more of these ores?
Does it seem that I could?
No.
No.
Oh.
But you can use them. You can use them as materials in a spell.
Is the one broken? The Protanium?
Yes.
Oh boy, glad we didn't do that with all of them.
No! What was that one?
It was earth and poison.
Poison.
Oh, stabs the heart.
I was thinking if they're ores, you could make them into weapons. But you say it says for spells.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to study it. We'll see.
Jeff, I got a 22 on my listen at the door.
You hear nothing through the door.
Is this null state, this nullimental state, as I say as I stand up from my ritual cast, is this the weapon? Is this the secret?
I don't
I've
know,
never heard of
possibly.
this before at all.
Well, there's lots of things in this room that we haven't heard of before.
That's true, but
That's true.
But it's
that
possible.
seems...
Maybe combining all of them or creating some super elemental.
Oh, Fajima, this is so fantastic that you're the one who found this.
Yes. You are
Well, we all found
already
it.
you're already strong enough to kill all of us, and now you're
I'll
very
go.
much
Why?
strong enough.
Why? I'm just wondering why this wasn't taken.
Why are you upset when I compliment you?
It sounds like I'm threatening.
I didn't say you
Dangerous.
would kill all of us. I said you could. That means you have power.
It does sound kind of threatening, Argo, when
I mean,
when
I think we all could kill all of us.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
You know, I have,
You can all kill all of us.
not
That's a
have
happy
that
thought.
conversation.
I have daydreamed about a battle royale.
Oh God.
You see what I'm saying? You
Okay.
see, this is what I'm saying.
You're right, I'll you're right. I've never thought like
Yeah,
that.
see, Lily, you don't want to go down
I
this
mean, I
road.
have.
Like
I've done
episode
that.
100, just battle royale. Fajima says.
Well, it seems like we have so much information. Do we need to keep moving, though?
Yes.
Is anything popping up as magical in this room, Jeff?
No.
Okay. All right.
Other than the things you are carrying.
So the
Right.
scrolls on the desk up there on the tables aren't scrolls; they're just parchments of paper.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Jeff, I'm gonna slip through the door and close it behind me.
Okay. Are you want to roll me some stealth? You have advantage from Dimu Bodum.
27.
Yeah, no one sees Civ leave.
I immediately take out a bottle and pop the top and start drinking.
Right. You see a pathway in front of you.
Is there anything like of note? Like, is there any
Certainly seems
markings
to
or...
continue on forward.
like for a ways?
Yeah, a little ways.
I'll creep down that way.
All right, as you continue forward, join me in the secret room.
I told you. I told you.
All right, so we are going to go now to the secret room. The rest of the team will be isolated. They will be unable to hear everything that happens from this point until the secret room ends. So they have actually been booted out of this call, and it is just you and me. No one can hear us. It is just you and me. All right. All right, Jared. I mean, Civ. So you move forward, and you get to a point where the path rises in elevation. And you can see that it seems to lead up to what seems from your vantage point to be maybe a lookout point, somewhere you could actually get some more information about what lies ahead.
Great.
So you walk uphill quietly until things flatten out and you get to this vantage point, an opening in the cavern that overlooks a massive section of the interior of this volcano. And it's clear to you that you are close to the center of Sky Scorcher now, the heart of the volcano. Roll me a perception check. You have advantage from EC Miller 307.
Thank you, EC Miller. Perception would be a 22.
All right. So you can see quite far, and as you look out over into this luminous area, you see several stone pathways weaving over and above a vast lake of bubbling lava. Enormous stalactites and stalagmites jut from the ceiling and floor, and these walkways wind around them, both high and low. It all seems to be leading forward, the ceiling in this enormous section swooping up, rising and tilting up far ahead. It looks like this finally is where the top of the volcano far above opens up. That section seems very far ahead and seems to be almost completely obscured right now from here by plumes of white smoke billowing up from the molten rock ahead. But what you can see, what grabs your notice out far below you and in front of you, are moving creatures. Various shapes and sizes moving, working. All of them gray, amorphous masses of disjointed body parts. Hodgepodges, cobbled together from dead things. Arms and legs and fingers and torsos and heads, all haphazardly fitted into horrifying amalgamations of a humanoid form. Moving, working, trying to reform where the lava is flowing, moving large metal crates. And then you notice something even more jarring with your 22 perception. some of these creatures, some of these hodgepodges, have body parts that are undeniably familiar. You shake your head to make sure you're not imagining it, but no, it's there. It's obvious. A green arm, a green face, skin. Some of these parts are Argo. Others, misshapen, deformed. You could swear they have the coloring, the shape of Fajimo. Not all of them, not even most of them, but a few in among the mess of body parts are parts of your friends. Just those two.
Right. They were the ones that were cloned.
Yeah. And
Do
as
I
you
see?
stand, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, do I see anyone that's not a hodgepodge? Do I see someone commanding these creatures?
Not from here. No, you don't. It's just sort of on the periphery, on the edge, and out in front of you seems to be where that swooping ceiling heads up. It seems that you'll have to walk through across these long stone walkways. It does seem to be a different pathway that seems you can reach that stays on the upper pathway above where all of these workers are operating down below.
How many would you say there are?
Several. A dozen at least. Maybe more.
And
Can't
they're
quite
moving
see too far ahead.
They're moving crates?
They seem to be doing all sorts of things. It's hard to get a sense of what they're doing. They seem to be doing labor. They're moving things. They're kind of trying to, it looks like they're trying to maintain a flow of the lava in a very specific kind of way, using big tools that seem to be pushing, moving bits of stone around this large pool, this center of a volcano. They're moving things around.
Do I see like where they're moving these things, or what the purpose is behind
It's
it?
hard to discern a methodology, but what you take away from it is they're toiling away, working underneath this volcano, doing something. It's hard to make out exactly what the purpose is, but there seems to be effort and organization, purpose in what they're doing.
Okay, and they said there's a walkway up above. Do I see any other areas like doors or hallways or something going off into another area beyond?
It seems to lead straight ahead into that center area where it's mostly obscured by a lot of white smoke. You can't quite see into it, but it looks like there's a way to get to a pathway that leads above where all these workers are down below at the lava level.
Right.
And as you stand there,
yeah, sorry.
yeah, that's okay. As you stand there looking out at all this, trying to analyze, trying to figure out exactly how you may be able to get the party around, move through, and avoid as many of these creatures as possible. A hand reaches around your face, covers your mouth, and everything goes black.
Oh.
Your eyes pop open in the darkness, and you hear a voice. Sivrak. In front of you, a black cloak and a mask. Hands pull back the hood and pull down the mask. White horns, purple hair. You made me promise that we would meet again. But I did not want it to be like this.
Neither did I.
Calcutta told me you found my letter. Meet you there, V. I told her that you and your friends proved useful and would not be a problem anymore. I told you it was done. Why did you come here? You're dead now, don't you see? You are dead. You can't even turn back. It's no use. Why, Sivrak? I told you, I begged you to stop. I risked everything to talk to you in person and beg you to convince your friends to let this go. I told you there were powers far greater than either of us.
Could you not join us? You know that we are very powerful now, my friends and I. We have collected magical weapons. Things that would blow your mind. The wizard among our group can turn herself into lightning.
How long has it been since you've had a drink?
I'm literally holding a bottle of booze in my hand.
You do not look well. You do not look well. You are nothing compared to this power. I tried to warn you. I thought you understood. The only chance you have now is to make yourself valuable to her.
Like you have done.
Yes. Like I
Do you
have done.
remember? Do you remember making yourself valuable in Ulsvatch? Do you remember what we had to do?
Yes. Which is why I know you can do it.
I am not the same person. I am not the killer. I've learned another way.
What is this other way?
I pull out my journal, my little book, and I just show her my poems.
Words? Pretty ideas. Oh, Sivrak, you beautiful boy. Always the idealist.
I have found hope. Do you remember what it was like to have hope? Do you remember when we were little children, playing in the street, stealing crust of bread, dreaming of the future? Look at us now. Look at us. I'm gonna grab her and pull her in.
As you reach out your hands to grab her, they hit something solid and it shatters. Like a mirror shattering. And it falls to the ground. Your hands cut by shards of mirrored glass. I don't have much time, Sivrak, you hear, as another image to the left of you takes shape.
Please don't leave me again. My heart cannot bear it.
I want to save you, but you must follow my lead. When the time comes, follow my lead. Do not breathe a word of this to your friends. Follow my lead. And everything goes dark again as the image recedes into darkness. And you look around you and you see there are mirrors in this strange place, this strange room that you are inside, this section under the mountain. How? Why? You turn and you look and there's the ramp to get back down, back toward the archive.
I take one more swig off of my bottle of booze and shatter it against the wall.
It explodes and the liquor splashes on the wall and on the ground, and some gets on your boots.
I take out Mr. Whispers and I pet his little head, and then I slowly start walking back to the archive.
All right. He looks up at you. And lowers his head, accepting the gentle pet, the back of the nape of his neck. We can exit the secret room now and head back to the archive as you walk back down the ramp, the little hill that leads back down to the doorway that you walked so secretly through. And you move up to the door, grasping its handle. You turn the handle and creep quietly back into the room. You see your friends there. You see your friends as you creep back into the room, looking at books, looking at the model.
Is everything all right?
What, I could probably go for a bite to eat.
Oh. We haven't eaten in ages.
Yeah. We don't eat much.
That's
I
true.
snack much. I just don't say it. Sorry. Yes,
I love eating. It's my love language.
It's a good one.
So Fajima, you are able to spend some time here crafting new spells, if you would like. It will take a couple of hours, but you think that you can figure out a way to formulate a conjure minor nullamental spell. You are
Jessica, I
muted.
think you're muted.
It's my physical mic, sorry. Do we have time
That is up to you guys.
to spend a couple hours?
Civ,
Yes?
what did you hear through the door? Anything?
No, it's quite quiet, actually.
Oh,
But-
okay.
I did crack it open and there's a hallway. Surprise, surprise.
It tends to be the theme.
Well, we know there's a warden somewhere nearby, so let's please be careful. I don't know if spending 2 hours here in the belly of the beast is such a good idea.
Maybe we should keep going for a little bit and then take
What
a
if
break
it's
and you can do it?
useful? That's true. We could take another break. And I could study it then. This just seems like such a great place to study, don't you think? Just surrounded by all these books.
I'm just remembering the detect warden spell you cast that we felt like it's right nearby.
Yeah.
And
I could scout ahead and see what's there.
Well,
I don't
like-
I'll go with
Honestly,
you.
I'm surprised you haven't already done that. You do that a lot.
I can go with you, Civ, if you want.
Maybe we shouldn't split up.
That's true. I sang that whole song about it.
Right.
Well, what's next after this? Where are we going?
Down the
To the
hallway,
warden,
I think.
supposedly, yes, yeah, down the hallway.
Okay. I mean, I really want to study this spell, but if we don't have time, we don't have
I'm
time.
on the side of Fajima. I think we always have time for Fajima to gain more power.
That's true. It's just a matter of how safe we are here.
I
There
mean,
is
okay.
a demon in that room.
There's a demon in that room, and there's a warden somewhere close by, probably in that direction.
If we're going to go tete-a-tete to this Ashen Mage, I would like to have
What?
a
I see
spell.
that point. Face to face,
Oh. Face
Head
to
to
Oh,
head.
okay, yeah.
Head to
Gotcha.
head.
Gotcha.
head to head. Yes. Okay. Yes. I think. Yes. Let's take the time.
But I don't want to be selfish, so
No.
Not
But no,
selfish.
you're right. It could give us quite a leg up that they're not expecting.
And Civ said it's just empty down the hallway, so at least we know they're not right there.
yeah. Okay. Whew, okay. Fajima will sit down at this long table and begin to study.
I might have a terrible idea.
Is it conjuring demons? Because yes, that will be a terrible idea.
No, I'm not going to conjure. What about my face and my reaction to that demon back there makes you think that I'm about to conjure another one? No.
Fair enough.
Well, there was nothing about your face or your reactions that told us anything about Shothergod either, but
That's a great point.
The
That's a great
quietly
point.
confident yet supremely creepy way you spoke to that demon.
I'm sorry. That was I didn't enjoy it either.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's your bad idea?
My bad idea
Don't let him get to it.
is
I think we should hear it, and then we can say no.
my bad idea is using the method I did last time to speak to Shothragot.
Walking into a hunk of her door.
Talk to the Candle Queen, so it's kind of the same thing, really.
Why?
Hold on.
Because we are in need of some answers.
I think we're in need of some answers, yes. But I think we all have to be careful.
I know we
Treading
do
with
have to be careful.
dangerous, dark forces, and I think all of these forces will know that ripping us apart is probably the best plan of attack, right?
Right. I know.
Candle Queen's a dark force.
To
no,
be
no,
fair,
no. I'm not saying she is a go. I'm just saying that the Ashen Mage is smart.
Yes.
To be fair, Lily, I see your point, but to be fair, I think we can all sort of feel something right now. Something powerful, something intense.
Yes.
It's going to happen. And as individuals, I think we should do what we need to do
Okay.
to feel safe and to feel powerful and to feel ready.
That's smart.
And I'd like-
even though
and I'd
Ogden and I
like-
were talking about spies, I really do trust all of you.
Hema, you're studying.
Oh yeah. I'm not talking.
Listen, it almost killed me last time. It seems like a crazy idea, but I have so many questions. And if where my power comes from is about to be turned against me, I guess I'd like to know.
That's fair.
Can you trust the answers he gives you?
Not necessarily, but I hopefully could, discern one way or another.
Well, is there anything we can do to help you?
I have an idea.
Okay. Is it a good one or a bad one?
It's a good one.
Argo puts his hand on James's shoulder and he bows his head and he says, "To see the light, one must know what is dark."
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess what I need is for you to be here. And help me with the after.
I'll be ready to heal you as soon as you're done.
I am with you, brother.
Thank you.
I'm with you, brother, also?
Sure. Sure. Thanks. Thank you. Civ, are you all right with
You
this?
do now know you both have to cut your hands and shake.
You
We
notice,
do?
you notice my hand isn't shaking anymore.
You all right with this plan?
Yes, of course. Anything you want, James.
Okay. Step back.
Oh, sorry. Argo said I had to cut my hand.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's an Argo thing. It's really not necessary, Argo. It's
What do you
very
mean
nice.
It's not necessary. How are we supposed to be brothers if my blood has not touched your blood?
There are lots of ways to bind people.
Ew.
It was lovely. It was lovely. I'm not trying to lessen it at all. Anyway,
You lessened it a little, though.
I'm just saying I don't, sure, later on when we're not worried about many things, yes. Lily and I
Seems so
can
much
cut our
nicer
hands.
before COVID, you know? It's really such a much cooler idea.
I'm just trying.
James and Lily just both get the flu.
Too soon, Katie. Too
No.
It's not the
Okay.
flu.
Oh God, I can't believe I'm gonna do this. So yeah, on the far side of the library, like basically, away, not so I'm not encompassing the model, so I will basically put it at the entrance.
Yeah.
That where we walked in,
Mm-hmm.
and I will conjure a hunger of Hadar.
And you close your eyes, and when you open them, they are white with no pupils, everyone else looking at you. And you move your hands, and the movement of your hands transfers into the movement of black tentacles that rise out of the ground. 5 on one side, 5 on another, just as your hands are moving, standing there with no pupils, black, oozing, infinite darkness on the ground, swirling. James just standing there. This horrible, tentacled blackness. And then he steps into it.
Yes.
And that's where we end tonight.
I knew it.
Oh, you monster!
I knew it.
Hey, we had 2 minutes. Come on.
I know.
I know. We also had like 20-minute secret room, and I'm so scared.
That might be a record of the
what
secret room.
happened?
It was a Civ drinking scene. It was just the DM and Civ just drinking.
Blink
Missed.
twice if you're okay. Blink once if you're not okay.
I'm blinking several times here.
All right, so fun episode, y'all. I think there's something big coming. I think everybody feels it. Next week, there's a warden nearby, ladies and gentlemen. We have some love that I want to acknowledge from Hornus34, Forest Elf 86, Grateful Citizen of Ein, Jinlei, Withering Words, Don't Hate Fajima, You Oakhart, Tina Frankenstein, Astorian61, and others. Thank you so much for those. Team Force of Good, 89% to another card. Ooh, 91% now. 36% for Team Force of Evil. We will pick up next week on those stats. So we'll be right there itching, ready to go. I'm excited. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not, make sure you're registered to vote. Vote.org is where you can find that out. Make a plan, vote early. Why not? It's easy. You can do it right now in most states. So vote.org to make sure you are registered to vote. Now is the time, if you're in the United States, to make sure you're registered and you have a plan how to vote. Vote early. Make sure you participate. All right. Thank you so much for watching. We will be back next week. Until then, humankind.
Ebo.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, let me just listen to this tune real quick. Milo, why the upbeat, man? We didn't end on an upbeat note necessarily. Why is it the upbeat music always? All right, well, he's trying to do something over there with his tunes. What kind of nonsense is that, Alex Albrecht? Aren't you my boss? Why would you cause such pain? Okay. All right. Let's try to just get out of this one quick. All right. Listen, to all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humblest of thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. Hashtag the dungeon run. Tell a friend, darn it. Tell Milo to tell friends. He's got many. Actually, that's not true. He doesn't have any. So don't tell Milo. He already knows. And be sure, by the way, to join us live next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run, as The Dungeon Run continues. And click the star to follow the channel to get live notifications. As Milo continues to twirl around as a little twirly twirler, I say to you, until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started.
As a simple dungeon run. As a a simple dungeon run.
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.